Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. It always begins the same way. I'll be asleep or trying to sleep, and I'll jolt awake around 2:30 in the morning. Not because of a dream or anything, it's like my body just knows. The first thing I hear is the sound of the locks on my front door shifting. Not a loud bang or a crash, but this subtle metallic scraping, like someone's gently testing them with a pick. I've got two locks, a deadbolt and one of those chain things. Though I never use the chain because it feels flimsy, the deadbolt is the one that moves. I'll lie there in bed, my heart already hammering, and listen. It's not constant, it's intermittent, like whoever or whatever is doing it is being careful, patient. After a minute or two it stops, and that's when I have to get up and check. This one Saturday, it was worse than ever. I'd been dreading the weekend because I'm home more, and that's when the activity seems to pick up. I'd spent the day trying to distract myself, cleaned the apartment, watched some TV, called my mum. She lives about an hour away, and whenever I bring this stuff up, she just sighs and tells me I'm letting my imagination run wild. My brother, who lives in the same city, is the same way. He's older, more practical, and he thinks I'm just stressed from work. That day, I'd gone over to his place for lunch, and I mentioned the locks again. He laughed it off, said it was probably the building settling or a neighbor messing with me, but I know what I hear, I know what I see. I got back to my apartment around 6 in the evening. The sun was starting to set, casting long shadows across the living room. I remember feeling uneasy as soon as I stepped inside. The air felt heavy, like before a storm, and there was this faint smell of ozone, like after lightning strikes. I tried to shake it off, told myself I was being paranoid, and made dinner, but as I was eating, I kept glancing at the front door. The top lock, the deadbolt, was slightly tilted. Not enough that you'd notice unless you were looking for it, but I always check now. It was angled downward, like someone had been fiddling with it and didn't quite get it back in place. My stomach dropped. I hadn't touched it since I left that morning. I finished eating quickly, washed the dishes, and decided to watch a movie to take my mind off things. But I couldn't focus. Every little noise made me jump. The hum of the refrigerator, a car door slamming outside, the floorboards creaking as I shifted on the couch. Around 10, I started getting ready for bed. I double-checked the locks, even though I know it doesn't matter. I've done it 100 times, and it never stops what happens later. I went through my usual routine, brushed my teeth, changed into pajamas, and set my alarm. But I knew I wouldn't sleep much. I never do on nights like this. I lay down in bed around 11, but I was wide awake. The room was dark except for the glow of my phone, charging on the nightstand. I tried counting sheep, listening to calming music, but nothing worked. My mind kept circling back to the locks, to the shadows I've seen. A few weeks ago, I woke up to use the bathroom and saw a short, solid shadow in front of the linen closet. It was just standing there, not moving, and it was too dark to make out any features. It was just this black shape, denser than the surrounding darkness. I froze, my breath catching in my throat, and after a few seconds, it was gone. Another time, I saw a smudged figure leaning past the doorframe of my bedroom like it was peeking in. It was blurry, like someone out of focus in a photo, but I could tell it was watching me. I didn't sleep for the rest of that night. As the hours dragged on, I could feel the anxiety building. My chest was tight and my hands were clammy. I kept checking the clock on my phone. Midnight, 1:30. Each time the numbers seemed to taunt me. I knew what was coming. Around 2:15, I started hearing soft footsteps in the hallway outside my door. Not loud, heavy steps, but light, almost hesitant ones, like someone walking on tiptoe. They'd pause, then start again, getting closer to my door. I held my breath, listening. Then the locks began to shift. It was that same metallic scraping sound, slow and deliberate. I could hear the deadbolt turning slightly, then stopping, then turning again. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. I sat up in bed, my whole body tense. The room was cold, even though I had the heat on, and I could see my breath misting in the air. I reached for the kitchen knife I keep on my nightstand, a small, sharp one I use for chopping vegetables. My fingers wrapped around the handle, and the cold metal felt reassuring, but I was shaking so bad I almost dropped it. The scraping continued for what felt like forever. I wanted to scream, to run out and confront whatever it was, but I was frozen. Finally it stopped. The silence was almost worse. I waited, counting to 60 in my head, then slowly got out of bed. My legs felt like jelly, and I had to steady myself against the wall. I crept toward the front door, knife held out in front of me like some kind of shield. The peephole was dark, no one there. I unlocked the door and opened it a crack, just enough to peek out. The hallway was empty, lit by the dim emergency lights. Nothing, no one. But when I looked at the deadbolt, it was tilted again, more than before. It was almost horizontal, like it had been forced. I shut the door quickly and locked it, my hands trembling. I leaned against the door, trying to catch my breath. That's when I heard it. A soft thud from down the hall, near the linen closet. I turned slowly, my heart in my throat. The hallway leading to the bedrooms was dark, but I could see the outline of the closet door. And there it was, that short, solid shadow. It was back, just standing there. This time it seemed closer, almost at the entrance to my bedroom. I could feel my skin crawl. I didn't move, didn't breathe. The shadow didn't move either, but I had this overwhelming sense that it was aware of me, that it was waiting. After a minute or two, it faded away, like smoke dissipating. I let out a shaky breath and hurried back to my bedroom, locking the door behind me. I sat on the edge of the bed, knife still in hand, and just listened. The apartment was quiet, but I could hear faint noises, a rustling sound from the living room, like papers being shuffled, and then a soft clatter, like something falling. A few days ago, I'd found a book knocked off my shelf, and another time, a vase was tipped over, but no broken glass. It's always small things, but they add up. I must have dozed off for a bit, because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake by a louder noise. It sounded like something heavy being dragged across the floor in the living room. I checked my phone, 3 in the morning. My mouth was dry, and I could feel sweat on my forehead. I got up again, knife ready, and slowly opened my bedroom door. The living room was dark, but I could make out the shapes of furniture. Nothing seemed out of place at first. Then I saw it. The coffee table was shifted a few inches to the left, and one of the chairs was tilted backward, like someone had been sitting in it and got up quickly. I inched forward, my eyes scanning the room. That's when I noticed the figure. It was leaning past the doorframe of the kitchen, just a smudged, indistinct shape, but I could tell it was facing me. I froze, my grip tightening on the knife. It didn't move, but I felt this cold dread wash over me. I could hear my own heartbeat, loud and fast. Then it started to move, not toward me, but backward, into the kitchen, fading into the darkness. I stood there for what felt like ages, too scared to follow. Eventually, I backed away and retreated to my bedroom, locking the door again. I knew I couldn't stay there. I've slept on my brother's couch a few times before, when it got really bad. He lives about 20 minutes away, and even though he doesn't believe me, he lets me crash. I grabbed my phone, keys, and the knife, and I headed for the front door. I didn't bother checking the locks this time. I just unlocked them and stepped out into the hallway. The air was colder out there, and it smelled like that wet cardboard smell again. I hurried to the elevator, pressing the button repeatedly, like that would make it come faster. While I waited, I kept glancing back at my door, half expecting to see something, but it was quiet. The elevator arrived and I got in, pressing the button for the lobby. As the doors closed, I thought I saw movement in the reflection, a blur in the corner, like that smudged figure. I spun around, but there was nothing there. The ride down felt eternal, and when the doors opened, I practically ran out into the lobby. It was empty, just the night guard dozing at the desk. I didn't stop to talk. I just rushed out to my car and drove to my brother's place. He was asleep when I got there, but he let me in, grumbling about the time. I didn't explain much, just said I couldn't sleep. He rolled his eyes but set me up on the couch. I lay down, but I didn't sleep. I just stared at the ceiling, replaying everything in my head. The locks, the shadows, the figure, it all felt so real, but no one believes me. My mum called me the next day, and when I tried to tell her, she changed the subject to the weather. My brother joked that I should see a therapist, but I know what I experienced. That Saturday night, something was in my apartment with me, testing the locks, watching me, moving things, and it's not over. I still hear the whispers of the locks late at night, jangling my nerves with unseen threats. I don't know what it is or why it's happening, but I dread going back home. I'm writing this from my brother's couch, and I can still feel the chill from that night, like it's followed me here. I don't have any answers, and I probably never will. Story 2. It was one of those late summer days in Nova Scotia where the air feels thick with humidity and the sun cuts through the trees in sharp golden beams. My boyfriend had this old ATV he'd been fixing up for months, and we decided to take it out for a spin through the woods behind his family's property. I remember the smell of gasoline and pine mixing together as we fired up the engine, the rumble vibrating through the seat and into my bones. We weren't planning anything crazy, just a lazy ride to kill time, maybe find a spot to sit and talk for a while. The trails were familiar to us. We'd walked them dozens of times before, but on the ATV, everything felt faster, more alive. We started off slow, weaving between the birch and spruce trees, the tires crunching over fallen branches and patches of moss. I had my arms wrapped around his waist, my chin resting on his shoulder, feeling the wind whip through my hair. He was laughing, pointing out a squirrel darting up a tree, and for a moment, everything felt perfect, normal. The kind of day you look back on and wish you could freeze in time. The forest was buzzing with life. Birds chirping, insects humming, the distant sound of a stream trickling somewhere to our left. I remember thinking how peaceful it was, how far away from everything we seemed. But then something shifted. It wasn't gradual. It was like flipping a switch. 1 second the woods were full of noise and movement, and the next everything went dead silent. Not just quiet, silent. The birds stopped mid-song, the insects went still, and even the wind seemed to hold its breath. I felt a chill crawl up my spine, the kind that has nothing to do with the temperature. My boyfriend must have felt it too because he slowed the ATV to a crawl, his body tensing under my grip. "You hear that?" he muttered, his voice low and uneasy. I just nodded, my throat too tight to speak. We were deep in the woods by then, surrounded by tall, dense trees that blocked out most of the sunlight. The path ahead was shadowy, almost gloomy, and the air felt heavy, like we were pushing through invisible curtains. I remember noticing how the light seemed to dim, as if a cloud had passed over the sun. But when I looked up, the sky was still clear. That's when I saw it. Out of the corner of my eye, movement. A flicker of darkness between the trees. At first I thought it was a deer or maybe a bear. We'd seen both out here before. But this was different. It was too tall, too still. I turned my head slowly, my heart starting to hammer against my ribs. And there it was, About 50 feet away, partly hidden behind a massive pine tree, was this tall, black figure. It was peeking out from behind the trunk, just its head and shoulders visible. But even from that distance, I could tell it was enormous. Over 8 feet tall, easily. Its shape was humanoid but wrong, too slender, too elongated, like a shadow stretched to impossible proportions. It didn't have any discernible features, no face, no clothes, just pure solid blackness that seemed to absorb the light around it. It was just watching us. I froze, my fingers digging into my boyfriend's jacket. He must have followed my gaze because I felt him stiffen, and then he whispered, "What the hell is that?" His voice was shaky, barely audible over the idle rumble of the ATV. I couldn't answer. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Was it a person, a trick of the light? But no, it was too tall, too dark, too still. And the way it was positioned, peeking out like that, felt intentional, predatory. The silence around us deepened, pressing in on my eardrums until they ached. I could hear my own blood pulsing in my ears, a frantic, rhythmic beat. The figure didn't move, but I felt its attention on us, a weight that made the air feel thick and hard to breathe. My skin prickled with goosebumps, and a cold sweat broke out on the back of my neck. I wanted to look away, to scream, to do anything, but I was paralyzed, locked in that awful moment. Then my boyfriend snapped out of it. He didn't say a word, he just twisted the throttle hard, and the ATV lurched forward with a roar. The sudden acceleration threw me back, and I clung to him, my face buried in his shoulder as we sped down the trail. I didn't look back. I was too afraid of what I might see, but I could feel it. That presence, that heaviness, following us. It was like a cold hand on the back of my neck, pushing us forward, urging us to go faster. The ride back was a blur of panic and noise. Branches whipped at our arms and faces, and the ATV bounced violently over roots and rocks. I kept my eyes squeezed shut, praying we wouldn't crash, praying we'd make it out of there. My boyfriend was driving like a man possessed, his knuckles white on the handlebars. I could feel his heart pounding through his back, or maybe it was mine. I couldn't tell anymore. The forest flew by in a streak of green and brown, but the silence was still there, broken only by the engine's roar and the sound of our ragged breathing. It felt like an eternity before we burst out of the trees and into the clearing near his house. The sudden sunlight was blinding, and the normal sounds of the countryside, birds, distant traffic, a dog barking, felt alien after the dead quiet of the woods. My boyfriend killed the engine, and we sat there for a moment, both of us trembling, trying to catch our breath. I could still feel the adrenaline coursing through me, making my hands shake so badly I could barely unbuckle my helmet. We stumbled off the ATV and into the house, where his mom was in the kitchen washing dishes. She took one look at us, pale, sweaty, wide-eyed, and her face fell. "What happened?" she asked, drying her hands on a towel. We tried to explain, talking over each other, our words jumbled and frantic. I remember saying something about a tall black thing in the woods, and my boyfriend kept repeating, "It was watching us, Mom. It was just watching us." She didn't question it. She just nodded, her expression grim, and went to a cupboard where she kept a bundle of sage. I'd never seen her do anything like that before. She wasn't superstitious or into that kind of stuff, but she lit the sage and started smudging us right there in the kitchen. The smell was sharp and earthy, and as she waved the smoke around us with her hands, she murmured something under her breath, a prayer or a blessing, I don't know. I stood there, letting the smoke curl around me, and for a moment, the heaviness in my chest seemed to lift a little. It was like the sage was burning away the residue of whatever we'd encountered out there. But the relief didn't last. As the day wore on, the image of that figure kept flashing in my mind. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw it, tall, black, peeking from behind that tree. I felt jumpy and on edge, jumping at every little noise. My boyfriend was the same. We barely spoke, just sat in the living room, staring at the TV without really watching it. His mom made us tea, but I couldn't drink it. My stomach was in knots. Later that evening, as the sun set and the house grew dark, the fear started to creep back in. I kept looking out the windows, half expecting to see that figure standing in the yard, watching us. The woods suddenly felt too close, too menacing. I'd never been afraid of the dark before, but that night every shadow seemed alive. Every rustle of leaves outside made my heart skip a beat. When it was time for bed, I couldn't sleep. I lay next to my boyfriend, listening to his breathing, but my mind was racing. I replayed the moment over and over, the silence, the shift in energy, the sight of that thing. What was it? Why was it there? Had it been following us? The questions swirled in my head, but there were no answers. I felt a deep, primal fear, the kind that sits in your gut and won't let go. I must have drifted off eventually, because I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night, drenched in cold sweat. The room was dark, but I could see the outline of the window, the moon casting long shadows across the floor. And for a split second, I thought I saw something move outside, a tall, dark shape passing by the window. I sat bolt upright, my heart pounding, but when I looked again, there was nothing there, just the night, quiet and still. But the image was burned into my mind, that tall black figure peeking from behind the tree, watching us with an intensity that felt personal. I lay back down, shaking, and I knew I wouldn't sleep again that night. The heaviness was back, worse than before, and I felt like I was being watched, even inside the house. The next few days were a blur of exhaustion and fear. I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd stumbled into something we weren't supposed to see. My boyfriend and I tried to talk about it, but words failed us. How do you describe something like that? How do you make sense of it? We avoided the woods after that, and I found myself scanning the tree line whenever I was outside, always on alert. Even now, weeks later, I wake up terrified some nights, the image of that dark entity replaying in my mind like a broken record. I don't know what it was, a person, an animal, something else entirely. I don't think I ever will. All I know is that in the woods of Nova Scotia, on that sunny afternoon, something shifted, and we saw it. And it saw us. Story 3. It was the 3rd of June, the day I first stepped into the old house in Lubbock. I remember the date because I'd written it on the moving truck rental form that morning. My fiancée, Sarah, had grown up in that house, and her family still lived there. They were warm people, the kind who hugged you hello and goodbye, and they were so excited for me to see the place. I'd only ever video called with them from my apartment back in Ohio. Walking through that front door for the first time was like stepping into a different world, and not entirely a good one. The first thing that hit me was the smell. It was this overwhelming, cloying scent of baked goods, like someone had just pulled a tray of cinnamon rolls from the oven. It was so strong it almost felt solid in my throat. But underneath it, and this is the part that's hard to describe, there was this other sensation. A kind of dry, aching feeling of pain, like a headache you feel in your whole body. And with it came this phantom taste of heat and ash, like I'd accidentally licked the inside of a cold fireplace. My skin prickled all over with goosebumps, a sudden violent chill that had nothing to do with the Texas heat outside. Sarah's mom was right there, smiling, taking my jacket. "Make yourself at home, sweetie," she said. Everyone was acting so normal, chatting about the drive, asking if I was hungry. I tried to shake it off, blaming jet lag and nerves. I was just about to follow them into the living room when I glanced down the hallway toward the kitchen. There was a hand on the doorframe. Just a hand. Pale, with long, thin fingers resting on the dark wood of the kitchen doorway. It was there for less than a second, just long enough for my brain to register it. And then it was gone. I blinked, my heart doing a weird little stutter skip in my chest. I looked into the kitchen itself and saw that all the upper cabinet doors were standing wide open, empty, just dark, empty spaces. "Everything okay?" Sarah asked, linking her arm with mine. "Yeah, fine," I said, my voice a little tight. "Just, are the kitchen cabinets supposed to be open?" She glanced that way and shrugged. "Mom probably just forgot to close them after putting away the groceries. Come on, Dad wants to show you his old record collection." And that was that. They all acted like it was nothing, so I tried to act like it was nothing too. But the feeling stayed with me, that cold dread sitting right under my ribs, a constant low-level hum of wrongness. A few months later, in late September, I officially moved in. Sarah and I were going to stay in the house until we saved enough for a place of our own. Her old bedroom was on the second floor, right at the end of the hall. The first couple of nights were okay. Weird, but okay. I'd wake up with that ash taste in my mouth, and sometimes I'd hear the faintest creak from the hallway, like someone was walking with deliberate slowness past our door. But I wrote it off as an old house settling. Then one Tuesday afternoon, everything changed. Sarah was at work and her parents were out running errands. I was alone, unpacking a box of my books in our bedroom. The house was quiet, the kind of deep quiet you only get in an old building. And then I heard it, a giggle. It was high-pitched, unmistakably childlike. It came from directly above me, the attic. My blood went cold. It wasn't a happy sound. It was thin and reedy, and it cut off abruptly, leaving a silence that felt even heavier than before. My first instinct was to call out, "Hello?" But my throat was too dry. I stood there frozen, listening. Nothing. Maybe it was the TV from a neighbor's house. Maybe it was a bird. But it had come from inside, from the attic. I'd never been up there. Sarah's dad had pointed out the pull-down ladder in the hallway ceiling once, telling me it was just storage and to leave it be. But now, that giggle was all I could think about. I had to know, I had to prove to myself that it was nothing. I went out into the hall and pulled the cord. The ladder unfolded with a loud, groaning creak that echoed in the silence. A wave of hot, stale air washed down over me, carrying that same underlying scent of ash. I climbed up, the wooden rungs feeling flimsy under my weight. The attic was dim, lit only by a single bare bulb hanging from a rafter. It was crammed with the usual junk, old furniture shrouded in white sheets, stacks of cardboard boxes, a dusty Christmas tree. But straight ahead, tucked under the slope of the roof, was a door. A proper painted door, like for a room. I'd never noticed it from the outside of the house. I walked toward it, my shoes kicking up little puffs of dust. The floorboards felt soft, spongy in places. The door was slightly ajar. I pushed it open. The smell hit me like a physical blow. It was pure, concentrated smoke and burned things. This was the source. This small, tucked-away space was a charred ruin. The walls were blackened, the paint blistered and peeled away. In the center of the room was the skeletal frame of a small bed, its metal twisted and stained. To the left was an opening to a tiny bathroom. The porcelain of the sink and tub cracked and covered in a thick layer of soot. This wasn't just a fire. This was a destruction. A small, contained apocalypse. My heart was hammering against my ribs. This was where the pain was coming from. This was the heart of it. I took a step back, my mind reeling, trying to process the sheer violence of the scene preserved in this hidden room. And that's when I heard the running. It was the sound of small, bare feet slapping against the wooden floorboards of the attic behind me. Fast, frantic pattering, coming right for me. I spun around. There was nothing there, just the dusty, open space of the attic. The running stopped the instant I turned. The silence was absolute, pressing in on my eardrums. I was sweating, my t-shirt sticking to my back. I was about to bolt for the ladder when a movement in the ruined bedroom caught my eye. In the doorway to the burned-out bathroom, a figure stood. It was tall and thin, and its face was just blank. A smooth, featureless white oval, like someone had sanded away its eyes, nose and mouth. It didn't move. It just stood there facing me. There was no malice in its posture, no anger. It just was. And that was somehow 1,000 times worse. I didn't scream. I couldn't. All the air had left my lungs. I stumbled backward, my legs feeling like water, and practically fell down the ladder. I slammed it shut, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the latch to catch. I leaned against the wall, gasping, the image of that white, empty face seared into my mind. I didn't tell Sarah what I'd seen. Not exactly. I just said I'd gone into the attic and found a burned room and it had spooked me. She got quiet. "That was Edith's room," she said softly. "My great-aunt. There was a fire a long time ago. We don't talk about it. And you shouldn't go up there anymore." Her tone was final, and there was a fear in her eyes that told me not to ask any more questions. Things got worse after that. The house felt heavier, more watchful. The smell of baking would come and go, sometimes so strong it would wake me up in the middle of the night, my stomach turning from the sweetness mixed with that ever-present ash. The worst of it happened in the kitchen about a week after the attic incident. It was around 10 at night. Sarah was already in bed, and I was getting a glass of water. I was standing at the sink, and I heard a soft click, then another. I turned around. All 4 knobs on the stove were turning, not by themselves, not like in a movie where they spin wildly. It was slower, more deliberate. One by one, they rotated to the on position. I could hear the faint hiss of gas starting to seep into the air. Before I could even move, the upper cabinets began to shake. Not a violent rattling, but a deep, rhythmic trembling, like something huge was slowly pushing against them from the inside. The doors trembled on their hinges, the sound a low, menacing drone. And then she was there, an old woman standing by the kitchen table. She was solid for a moment. She wore a faded floral print dress, and her white hair was pulled back in a bun. Her skin was wrinkled, but her eyes were clear and sharp, and she was smiling. It wasn't a nice smile. It was a knowing smile, a smile that said she saw right through me, that she knew every frightened thought in my head. Her name popped into my mind, unbidden. Edith. She looked right at me, that terrible smile never wavering, and then she just faded. Not like she walked away. She became transparent, like smoke, and then she was gone. The cabinet doors stopped shaking. The stove knobs were still on, the hiss of gas now filling the quiet kitchen. I lunged forward and twisted them all off, my hands slick with sweat. The room still smelled like gas and, faintly, of burnt sugar. That was the breaking point. I couldn't live like this. I went online, did some research, and bought a bunch of sage from a little metaphysical shop downtown. I didn't tell the family. I knew they'd think I was crazy, or worse, that I was disrespecting whatever this was. 2 days later, on a Saturday morning when everyone was out, I decided to do it. I was going to cleanse this house. I started in the living room, lighting the bundle of sage, letting the smoke curl up toward the ceiling. I walked through the downstairs, through the dining room, saying the words I'd read online, asking for peace, for any negative energy to leave. I felt stupid at first, but as I moved toward the kitchen, the air grew thick. It was hard to breathe. The sweet baking smell intensified, becoming sickly, almost rotting. I pushed on, my hand trembling as I waved the smudge stick. I got to the foot of the stairs. I looked up. The air at the top of the staircase seemed to shimmer like heat haze on a road, and I felt them, both of them. From the top of the stairs, from the direction of the attic, came a wave of cold, pure negativity. It was the featureless face, the burned room, the sound of running feet. It was a feeling of being trapped, of agony, of a silent scream that went on forever. It pushed against me, a pressure in my chest, a demand to leave, to get out. But from the kitchen behind me, I felt the other one. Edith. It wasn't warm or friendly, it was possessive. It was a sticky, cloying presence, like cobwebs on your skin. It was the smell of baking, the smiling face by the table. It didn't want to hurt me. It just wanted me to stay, to be a part of its endless, repetitive existence in this house. It was a different kind of terror, the terror of being smothered, of being consumed by a false comfort. I stood there at the bottom of the stairs, caught between these two opposing forces, two different kinds of haunting. The sage smoke seemed useless, a child's toy against an ocean. The negativity from the attic didn't leave. The possessive presence from the kitchen didn't fade. They just were. They are. They're both still here. I never finished the cleansing. I dropped the sage bundle right there on the floor and went outside into the blinding Texas sun, gasping for air that didn't taste like ash and cookies. We still live here. Sarah doesn't understand why I get quiet sometimes, why I jump at every little sound. I can't explain it to her. How do you tell someone you're sharing your home with two ghosts and you're not sure which one scares you more, the one that wants to push you out or the one that wants to pull you in and never let you go? Sometimes late at night, I'll wake up and the smell of fresh-baked bread is so strong, it's like someone is standing right next to the bed, breathing it into my face. And I just lie there, frozen, listening, waiting to hear the soft padding footsteps of a child running in the attic above me, a sound that always, always stops the second I hold my breath to listen. Story 4. It was Halloween night, around 8 o'clock. I'd been working late at my office down near Wall Street, and I decided to take a walk to clear my head before heading home. The air was crisp, the kind of cold that seeps into your bones, and a thick fog had rolled in from the river, wrapping everything in this eerie grey blanket. I've lived in New York for years, and I've seen fog before, but this was different. It felt heavy, almost alive, like it was pressing down on the city. I found myself wandering toward Trinity Church, mostly because it's a quiet spot, and I've always liked the old graveyard there. It's peaceful during the day, but that night it was anything but. As I approached the church, I noticed how still everything was. Normally, even on a weeknight, there's some noise, cars passing, people talking, but it was dead silent. The only sound was my own footsteps on the damp pavement, and they seemed too loud, like I was disturbing something. The church itself loomed out of the fog, its spire disappearing into the mist above. The iron gates were open, which struck me as odd because I thought they closed at dusk. I hesitated for a second, but curiosity got the better of me. I stepped inside the churchyard. The first thing that hit me was the cold. It wasn't just the autumn chill, it was a deep, penetrating cold that made my skin prickle. I could see my breath fogging up in front of me, thick and white, even though I was wearing a jacket. I remember thinking it was weird because it hadn't felt that cold outside the gates. I pulled out my phone to check the time, but the screen was glitching, flickering on and off, the numbers scrambling. I tried to take a picture just to capture the atmosphere, but the camera wouldn't focus. It was like something was interfering with the electronics. I shoved it back in my pocket, feeling a knot tighten in my stomach. I walked slowly between the old headstones, their inscriptions worn smooth by time. The fog was so dense that I could only see a few feet ahead. That's when I heard it, a low groaning sound. At first I thought it was the wind, but there was no wind. It was coming from the church doors. I turned to look, and I saw the massive wooden doors of the church slowly creaking open. No one was there. I didn't see anyone pushing them. They just swung inward on their own, like an invisible hand was turning the knob. The sound was awful, this rusty, grinding noise that set my teeth on edge. I froze, my heart starting to hammer in my chest. Then I heard voices. They were faint at first, like whispers carried on the air, but they grew louder. Two men arguing. I couldn't make out all the words, but their tones were sharp and angry. One voice was deeper, more forceful, and the other sounded younger, almost desperate. I knew about the legend of Elias Harrow and Jonathan Brandt, how they duelled here back in the early 1800s, and Harrow died. I'd read about it online once, but I never gave it much thought. Standing there, hearing those voices, it all came rushing back. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. This wasn't just a story, it was happening right in front of me. The arguing got more intense. I could pick out phrases now. You dishonored her, and this ends here. It was so clear, like they were standing just a few feet away, but I couldn't see anyone. The fog seemed to swirl around the voices, thickening in spots. My hands were shaking, and I had to clench them into fists to steady myself. I wanted to run, but my feet felt rooted to the ground. It was like I was trapped in a nightmare, but I was wide awake. Suddenly, there was a sharp crack, a gunshot. It echoed through the churchyard, loud and real. I jumped, my whole body jolting. Then another shot, right after. The sounds were so vivid, I could almost smell the gunpowder. In that moment, I knew it was the duel being reenacted. I was witnessing something from over 200 years ago. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of it, but there was no sense to be made. This was beyond logic. After the gunshots, the voices stopped. The silence that followed was even more terrifying. It was so absolute I could hear my own heartbeat thudding in my ears. Then, out of the fog, something started to take shape. At first, it was just a dark blur, but it solidified into a black hearse carriage. It was old-fashioned, the kind you see in history books, with large wooden wheels and a canopy. The horses pulling it were shadowy, almost like silhouettes, but they moved with a jerky, unnatural gait. Their hooves made no sound on the cobblestones, which was wrong because everything else had been so loud. The carriage rolled slowly toward the church, and I could see a figure inside. A man lying still, wrapped in what looked like a shroud. I knew it had to be Elias Harrow's body. The driver was up front, a hunched shape in a dark coat, and as the carriage passed close to where I was standing, he turned his head toward me. I couldn't see his face. It was just a shadow under a broad-brimmed hat. But I heard him whisper. It wasn't a word I could understand. It was more like a hiss, a low, guttural sound that felt like it was crawling inside my skull. It sent a wave of pure dread through me. I've never felt fear like that. It was primal, like every instinct in my body was screaming at me to get away. The cold intensified, so bitter that my fingers went numb. My breath was coming in ragged puffs, and I realized I was trembling all over. I tried to back away, but I stumbled over a tree root and nearly fell. When I looked up, the carriage was starting to fade, like it was dissolving into the fog. The horses, the driver, the body, all of it just melted away until there was nothing left but the empty churchyard. The doors of the church swung shut with a soft thud, and the eerie silence broke. I could hear distant traffic again, the normal sounds of the city returning as if nothing had happened. I stayed there for what felt like forever, just staring at the spot where the carriage had been. My phone started working again, the screen lighting up normally. I checked the time. It was only 8:30. The whole thing had lasted maybe 20 minutes, but it felt like hours. I was drenched in sweat despite the cold, and my legs were so weak I had to sit down on a nearby bench. I kept replaying it in my head, trying to find an explanation. Maybe it was a prank or some kind of Halloween display, but no. It was too real, too visceral. The cold, the voices, the gunshots, it was all there. I finally forced myself to leave, walking quickly out of the churchyard and back toward the streets. People were passing by, laughing and talking, dressed in costumes for Halloween parties. It was such a stark contrast to what I'd just seen that it made me feel even more disconnected. I went home and couldn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that black carriage and heard that whisper. I've gone back to Trinity Church a few times since then, during the day, and it's always been normal, just an old church with a graveyard, quiet and peaceful. But I'll never forget that Halloween. It's left me with this unease, this feeling that the past isn't really gone. It's just waiting, lurking in the shadows. I don't know why I saw it, or if anyone else has, but I do know that whatever happened between Elias Harrow and Jonathan Brandt that day in 1804, it's still playing out, and I was there to see it. And that whisper, I can still hear it sometimes in the back of my mind, like a warning I'll never understand. Story 5. I was home alone in my apartment that day, and it started out like any other lazy afternoon. I'd taken the day off work because I was feeling run down, and all I wanted was to curl up on the couch and zone out. The weather was grey and damp, the kind that makes you want to stay inside forever. My apartment isn't huge. It's a one-bedroom on the second floor of an older building with those creaky wooden floors that seem to groan if you so much as breathe too hard. I'd lived there for about 2 years, and I'd gotten used to the little noises. The hum of the fridge, the occasional drip from the kitchen faucet I kept meaning to fix, the distant traffic from the street below. But that day, everything felt different, like the air itself was holding its breath. I was sprawled on the couch, scrolling through my phone, half watching some reality show on TV. The volume was low, just background noise. I remember feeling cozy, wrapped in a blanket, with a cup of tea cooling on the coffee table. It was around 3 in the afternoon, I think, because the light was starting to fade outside, casting long shadows across the living room. That's when I first heard it, a soft, distinct click from the kitchen. At first I brushed it off. Maybe it was the building settling or the neighbor upstairs moving around. But then it happened again, louder this time. The sound of a cabinet door swinging open, followed by the sharp snap of it closing. Not like someone gently shutting it, but with force, like they were in a hurry or angry. I sat up slowly, my heart starting to thump a little faster. I muted the TV and listened. Silence. Maybe I was imagining things. I'd been tired lately, stressed from work, and sometimes my mind plays tricks on me. But then I heard it again, another cabinet, this time the one under the sink, I think, because it has a heavier sound. My kitchen isn't big. It's open to the living room, so I could see the cabinets from where I was sitting. They were all closed, just like I'd left them. I remember feeling a chill, like someone had run an ice cube down my spine. I stood up, my legs feeling wobbly, and took a step toward the kitchen. That's when the footsteps started. Heavy, deliberate thuds, like someone wearing boots was walking across my floor. But not just walking, stomping. I could feel the vibrations through the soles of my feet, a low rumble that made the floorboards shudder. My apartment has this old parquet flooring that's uneven in places, and I've always hated how it creaks, but this was different. This was weight, real solid weight. My breath caught in my throat, and I froze, my eyes glued to the kitchen doorway. I couldn't see anyone, but the sounds were unmistakable. Step, 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 each one accompanied by that vibration like a heartbeat gone wrong. Then came the crunching. At first, I didn't know what it was. It sounded like paper being crumpled, but wetter, more violent. I'd left a stack of mail on the small table near the front door, bills, junk, a few envelopes I hadn't gotten around to opening. The sound was coming from there. Crunch, 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 like someone was stepping on those envelopes with boots, grinding them into the floor. My mind raced. Was someone in my apartment? How? The door was locked. I always double-check it when I'm home alone. I remember my hands shaking as I crept closer to the kitchen, peering around the corner. Nothing. The kitchen was empty. The cabinets were still closed, or so I thought. But as I looked, I saw that one of the upper cabinets, the one where I keep my glasses, was slightly ajar. Just a crack, like it hadn't been shut all the way. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. I backed away, my skin prickling with sweat. The footsteps had stopped, but the silence was worse. It felt heavy, oppressive, like something was waiting. I edged toward the front door, my eyes darting around, expecting to see someone, anyone. But the apartment was empty. I could see the mail on the floor near the door. A few envelopes were scattered, and one was crumpled like it had been stepped on. I don't know how long I stood there, frozen, but I knew I had to do something. My phone was on the coffee table. I lunged for it, my fingers fumbling as I unlocked it. I dialed 911, my hand trembling so badly I almost dropped the phone. The operator answered, her voice calm and steady, and I stammered out what was happening. "There's someone in my apartment," I whispered, trying to keep my voice low. I heard cabinets opening, footsteps like boots, and crunching sounds. "I'm home alone." She asked if I could see anyone, and I said no, but the sounds were real. She told me to stay on the line, that police were on their way. While I waited, crouched behind the couch, I heard it again. More cabinets, this time in a rapid succession. Open, close, like someone was searching for something. Then the footsteps resumed, heavier than before, moving from the kitchen toward the living room. I could feel the vibrations through the floor, and I squeezed my eyes shut, praying it was all in my head. But it wasn't. The crunching started again, closer this time, right near where I was hiding. I peeked over the couch and saw nothing, but the sound was so clear, so real. It was like someone was right there, stomping on those envelopes, but there was no one. The operator kept talking to me, asking questions, but I could barely focus. My throat was dry, and I felt like I was going to vomit. I told her about the vibrations, the way the floor shook, and she said to stay put. It felt like hours, but it was probably only a few minutes before I heard sirens outside. Relief washed over me, but it was short-lived. The sounds in the apartment stopped abruptly, like someone had flipped a switch. Silence again, but now it felt even more sinister. When the police knocked on the door, I almost didn't want to open it. What if whoever or whatever was still in here? But I forced myself to get up, my legs like jelly, and unlocked the door. 2 officers stood there, looking serious but calm. I let them in, my words tumbling out as I explained what happened. They moved through the apartment, checking every room, every closet under the bed. I followed them, my heart still racing. The place was small, so it didn't take long. They found nothing, no one. The front door was locked from the inside, just like I'd said. The windows were all closed and latched, no signs of forced entry. One of the officers pointed to the kitchen. "You said you heard cabinets?" he asked. I nodded, and he walked over, inspecting them. He noted that a few were slightly open, just a hair, like they hadn't been fully closed. But he said it could be from the building shifting, or maybe I hadn't shut them properly earlier. I wanted to scream that no, I always close them tight, but I kept quiet. They checked the mail on the floor. One envelope was crumpled, but the officer said it might have fallen and gotten stepped on by accident. But I knew I hadn't stepped on it. I'd been on the couch the whole time. The police were kind, but I could tell they thought I was overreacting. They suggested it might have been noise from another apartment, or maybe I was hearing things because I was stressed. But I know what I heard. Those footsteps were too heavy, too real. The vibrations, I felt them in my bones. And the cabinets, they don't just open and close on their own. Before they left, one officer said to call if anything else happened, but they didn't seem concerned. After they were gone, I locked the door again and leaned against it, my whole body shaking. The apartment was quiet now, but the fear hadn't left. It was like a presence was still there, lurking. I spent the rest of the day jumping at every little sound. The fridge humming made me flinch. A car door slamming outside sent me into a panic. I couldn't sit still. I kept checking the cabinets, making sure they were closed, but every time I turned my back, I half expected to hear them open again. As evening fell, I tried to convince myself it was nothing. Maybe it was paranoia, like the police said, or maybe it was a break-in that somehow left no trace. But how? The door was locked, the windows secure. The thought of a hungry ghost crossed my mind. I'd heard stories from friends about weird things happening in old buildings, but I'd never believed in that stuff. Now, I wasn't so sure. The sounds were too specific, too intentional. Cabinets opening and closing, Footsteps with vibrations, envelopes crunching. It felt like someone or something was trying to send a message, but I had no idea what. I ended up barricading myself in my bedroom that night, pushing a chair against the door. I didn't sleep much. Every creak of the floorboards had me bolting upright, my heart hammering. I kept replaying the sounds in my head, over and over, the way the footsteps seemed to walk right up to where I was hiding, the crunch of paper that felt so close I could almost smell it, the vibrations, I can still feel them sometimes, like a ghostly echo. The next day I called my landlord, but he said no one had reported anything unusual in the building. I thought about moving, but I can't afford it right now. So I'm still here, in this apartment, jumping at shadows. Sometimes, when I'm alone, I'll hear a faint noise, and my blood runs cold. I don't know what it was that day, a ghost, my mind playing tricks, or something else entirely, but I know one thing for sure. I've never felt so scared and confused in my life, and the worst part is, I'll probably never know what really happened. Until story 6. I was 14 when Leo first showed up, and honestly, I never thought much about it until that one day at work last year. I'm sharing this because I still can't wrap my head around it, and maybe someone out there has gone through something similar. It was a Tuesday, I'm pretty sure, because Tuesdays always felt heavy, like the week was dragging its feet. I woke up that morning with this weird sense of dread, like something was off in the air. My room was colder than usual, even though it was summer, and I could still feel that familiar chill on my skin, the kind that comes from Leo's presence. But I'll get to that. I rolled out of bed, my feet hitting the floor, and immediately I heard it. That soft, dragging noise, like someone was pulling a heavy blanket across the hardwood in the hallway. It wasn't loud, just enough to make the hairs on my arms stand up. I'd gotten used to it over the years, but that day it felt different, more intense, like Leo was antsy or something. I remember standing there, my heart thumping a little faster, and I just whispered, "Leo, you there?" No answer, but the air got even colder, and I felt those cold fingertips brush against my shoulder. It wasn't painful, just a light touch, like a reminder. I shivered and headed to the bathroom to get ready for work. Work was at this shared apartment complex where I lived with a couple of roommates. It wasn't a great place, thin walls, weird noises at night, but it was cheap. I'd been there for about 6 months, and Leo had been with me the whole time. When I was younger, back when I was 14 and going through a rough patch with family stuff, Leo started as this shadow in the corner of my room. Tall, always looming, but not scary at first. More like a guardian. He'd whisper my name when I had nightmares, and I'd wake up feeling like someone had just pulled me out of a dark hole. Once, I woke up with this heavy shadow pressing on my chest, making it hard to breathe, and Leo was there. I felt his hand on mine, cold but steady, and together we pushed it off. Sounds crazy, I know, but it happened. That Tuesday I got to work around 9 in the morning. I was doing odd jobs, cleaning, helping with maintenance, and my co-worker, let's call him Jake, because I don't want to use real names, was there. Jake was the kind of guy who didn't believe in anything he couldn't see. He'd heard me talk about Leo before, mostly because things would happen around me, and I'd let it slip. Objects moving on their own, people getting hives or back pains if they messed with me. Once, a guy who tried to steal from me ended up with a thrown-out back the next day, and I knew it was Leo. Jake thought it was all bullshit, and that day he decided to test it. We were in the break room eating lunch, and Jake started joking around. "Come on, if your ghost friend is so real, why doesn't he show himself? I dare him to do something. Anything." He laughed, but I felt this knot in my stomach. I tried to brush it off, but the air in the room got thick and I could feel that cold spot forming near me, like Leo was listening. I remember my hands getting clammy, and I told Jake to drop it, but he wouldn't. He kept going. "What? Is he scared? Or are you just making it up?" I felt a rush of anger, but also fear because I knew Leo didn't like being challenged. After work, I went back to my apartment. My roommates were out, so the place was quiet. I sat on my bed trying to calm down, but I could still feel that tension in the air. I decided to use the pendulum board, this old thing I'd made when I was a teenager, just a piece of paper with letters and a pendulum on a string. Leo communicated through it sometimes, giving advice. Like once, he told me to always carry coins in my pocket, and a week later, I forgot my wallet, and those coins bought me a sandwich when I was starving. That day, I asked the board if everything was okay, and the pendulum swung to no, so fast it almost flew off. My heart was racing, and I put it away, feeling like I'd stirred something up. As the evening went on, I tried to distract myself with TV, but I kept hearing those dragging noises again, louder this time, like something was being pulled across the floor in the empty room next door. I got up to check, but there was nothing there, just the cold air and that feeling of being watched. I went back to my room and lay down, but I couldn't sleep. My mind kept going back to Jake's dare. Around midnight, my phone buzzed. It was a text from Jake. "Hey, something weird happened. I think your ghost is messing with me." My blood ran cold. I called him right away, and he sounded shaken, his voice all shaky. He told me he'd been in bed trying to sleep when he felt this pressure on his chest, like someone was sitting on him. Then he heard whispers, his name over and over in this low, raspy voice. He said it felt like ice was running down his spine. He tried to get up, but he couldn't move, and then something shoved him hard, and he fell off the bed. When he hit the floor, he looked up and saw it. A tall, shadowy figure standing over him with red eyes that glowed in the dark. He described it exactly how I've seen Leo, tall, dark, with those piercing red eyes that don't blink. Jake was terrified, saying he'd never believe in this stuff again, and he hung up after that. I sat there in my room, my whole body trembling. The air around me was freezing now, and I felt those cold fingertips on my arm again, but this time it didn't feel comforting. It felt like a warning. I whispered, "Leo, what did you do?" But there was no answer, just the sound of something dragging down the hallway toward my door. I could see the shadow under the door, tall and looming, and for a second, I thought those red eyes were staring right at me. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it would burst out of my chest. I didn't know what to do. Part of me was scared shitless, but another part remembered all the times Leo had protected me. I ended up sitting there for what felt like hours, just staring at the door until the shadow faded and the cold lifted. The next morning, Jake called in sick, and I never brought it up again. But since then, I've heard from other people, friends, even strangers online, who've described seeing the same thing, a tall shadow with red eyes, a protective presence that comes out when threatened. It makes me wonder if there are others out there with guardians like Leo watching over them, for better or worse. I still feel him sometimes, especially on bad days, but that Tuesday was the last time he ever showed himself that clearly, and I've never been able to explain why it all happened the way it did. Story 7. So, I've been sitting on this for a while, not sure if I should even put it out there, but I guess if anyone's gonna get it, it's you guys. This happened a couple of years back, during Mardi Gras in New Orleans. Me and my girlfriend had saved up for this trip. It was supposed to be this big, fun escape from our usual routine. We'd heard all about the parties and the energy, and we were pumped. We booked a room at the Columns Hotel because it's this historic place. You know, one of those old mansions turned into a hotel. And we thought it'd be cool to stay somewhere with character. Little did I know character was putting it lightly. We checked in on a Friday morning, the day before the big parade was supposed to kick off. The hotel was gorgeous, I'll give it that. This grand white building with huge columns out front, just like the name says. Inside, it felt like stepping back in time. The floors creaked in this specific way, like they were tired from holding up so many years. and the air smelled faintly of old wood and polish, mixed with the humid New Orleans breeze drifting in through the windows. Our room was on the second floor, at the end of a hallway that felt a bit darker than the rest, even with the afternoon sun filtering through the stained glass windows. The door to our room was heavy, made of dark wood, and it took a good shove to get it open. The room itself was intense. It wasn't huge, but it had high ceilings and this big four-poster bed that looked like it had been there since the place was built. The wallpaper was this deep red pattern with little gold flecks that seemed to shift when you moved your head. And there was an old-fashioned vanity with a mirror that had these dark spots in the glass, like it was starting to forget what it reflected. We dropped our bags and just kind of stood there for a minute, taking it all in. My girlfriend, she's usually the upbeat one, but even she got quiet. She said something like, "It feels like someone's watching us." But she laughed it off, and I did too. We figured it was just the history of the place getting to us. You know, when you're in an old building, your mind starts playing tricks. We spent most of the day out in the city, diving into the Mardi Gras chaos. The streets were packed, music everywhere, people in costumes laughing and dancing. It was electric, and for a while, we forgot about the weird vibe in the hotel room. We ate beignets, watched some of the early parades, and just soaked it all in. But as the sun started to go down, we headed back to the hotel to freshen up before going out again. That's when things started to feel off again. Walking back into that room was like stepping into a different world. The noise from the street faded, and it was suddenly so quiet, like the walls were absorbing all the sound. The air felt heavier, cooler, even though we'd left the window cracked open. My girlfriend pointed out that the temperature dropped noticeably when we entered, and I felt it too, a chill that seeped into your bones, not like air conditioning, but something else. We tried to shrug it off, blaming it on the old building's insulation or whatever. We changed clothes, and I remember her sitting on the edge of the bed, rubbing her arms like she was trying to warm up. She said the room gave her the creeps, but we laughed about it, making jokes about ghosts and haunted hotels. It was all light-hearted, you know. We didn't really believe in that stuff. We went back out for a few hours, caught some more of the festivities, but the whole time I couldn't shake this nagging feeling. It was like something was pulling me back to that room. We ended up calling it an early night because we were both tired from walking around all day. By the time we got back, it was around 11 at night. The hotel was quiet now, most guests probably still out partying, and the hallway felt even more isolated. When I opened the door to our room, that cold hit me again, stronger this time. It was so pronounced that I actually checked the window to see if it was open wider, but it wasn't. The room was just cold. We got ready for bed, moving around each other in that quiet, tired way. I remember brushing my teeth at the sink, and the water felt icy, which was weird because it had been fine earlier. My girlfriend was already in bed under the covers, and she mentioned how the sheets felt damp, even though they were clearly dry. I climbed in next to her, and we both lay there in the dark, not talking much. The only light came from the streetlights outside, casting long shadows across the room through the gaps in the curtains. I could hear the distant sounds of Mardi Gras, faint music, laughter, but it felt miles away, like we were in this little bubble of silence. That's when it happened. We'd been lying there for maybe 20 minutes, both of us trying to fall asleep, when my girlfriend suddenly gasped. It wasn't a loud gasp, but it was sharp, like she'd been startled. I turned to her and asked what was wrong. She didn't answer right away. She was just staring straight ahead, her body rigid. Then she whispered, "Something touched me." Her voice was shaky, barely audible. I thought maybe it was a bug or something, so I reached over and turned on the bedside lamp. The light flooded the room, and I could see her face, pale, eyes wide with fear. She was clutching the covers up to her chest. I asked her where, and she pointed to her leg under the blankets. She said it felt like a hand, starting from her calf and moving up, slow and deliberate, all the way to her crotch. My first thought was that I must have moved in my sleep or something, but I hadn't. I was on my side, facing her, and my hands were on my own chest. I told her that, and she shook her head, her voice trembling now. No, it wasn't you. It was cold, and it felt real, like fingers pressing into my skin. I felt this rush of adrenaline, my heart starting to pound. I threw the covers back, expecting to see something, a loose thread maybe, or a fold in the sheet, but there was nothing. The bed was smooth, the sheets undisturbed except where we'd been lying. I ran my hand over the spot she pointed to, but it felt normal, just the fabric of her pajamas. She was shaking now, tears welling in her eyes. She kept saying, "It was there, I felt it," over and over. I believed her because I could see how terrified she was. This wasn't her being dramatic. She's not like that. She's practical, grounded. If she said she felt something, she felt it. We both sat up, scanning the room. Nothing looked out of place. The vanity mirror reflected the lamplight, and for a second I thought I saw a shadow move in the corner. But when I looked directly, it was just the way the light hit the wall. The room felt even colder now, and I noticed the hairs on my arms standing up. My girlfriend was hugging herself, her breath coming in little puffs because of the chill. I got out of bed and checked the door. It was locked. I looked under the bed, in the closet, everywhere. Nothing. No one else was in the room. We tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a muscle spasm, or she dreamed it because she was half asleep. But she insisted she was fully awake, and the sensation was too vivid to dismiss. She described it in detail. The pressure was firm, not light, like someone was actually trying to touch her. It started slow, almost gentle, then moved upward with purpose. She said it felt invasive, violating, and that's what freaked her out the most. It wasn't accidental, it felt intentional. We decided to leave the light on and try to go back to sleep, but neither of us could. Every little noise made us jump. The creak of the floorboards from other rooms, the hum of the old plumbing. I kept my arm around her, but I could feel her trembling. My own mind was racing, trying to make sense of it. I thought about the hotel's history. I'd read online that it was built in the late 1800s, and there were rumors of it being haunted, but I'd brushed it off as tourist stuff. Now it didn't seem so silly. After what felt like hours, we must have dozed off a little, because the next thing I knew, sunlight was streaming through the curtains. The room felt normal again, warm even, like the cold had never been there. We both woke up groggy, and the first thing we did was look at each other, and I could see the same question in her eyes. Did that really happen? We talked about it over breakfast in the hotel dining room, but it was hard to put into words. Other guests were chatting happily, and the atmosphere was bright and cheerful, but we felt disconnected, like we'd been through something private and unsettling. We ended up checking out early, making up some excuse about needing to head home. The hotel staff were nice, but I kept wondering if they knew something, if other people had experienced similar things. On the drive back, we didn't talk much. Every time I glanced over at my girlfriend, she had this distant look, like she was replaying it in her head. I know I was. Even now, years later, I'll wake up sometimes in the middle of the night and feel that chill, or remember the way her voice shook when she described the touch. We never went back to New Orleans, and we don't talk about it much, but it's always there, this unsolved thing that just happened. And that's it. We never figured it out, and I still get chills thinking about it. Story 8. There were a bunch of us. My 2 sisters, Sarah and Mia, and 3 cousins, Jake, Chloe, and the youngest, Leo. We'd spent the whole evening after dinner stringing up crepe paper and balloons in the living room, trying to make it look festive. My grandma had gone to bed hours before, and my grandpa was snoring in his recliner in the den, so we were trying to be quiet, which mostly meant a lot of whispered yelling and stifled laughter. By the time we finished, it must have been past 2 in the morning. We were all dead on our feet. covered in a fine dust from the attic boxes and sticky from tape. The sleeping arrangement was always the same when we visited. All the kids got thrown into my cousin's room, which was this big square space at the end of the hallway upstairs. It had 2 twin beds, and crammed in the corner by the large single-pane window, a rope hammock strung up on a heavy wooden frame. I don't know why it was even in there. It was ancient. The ropes were frayed and dug into your back, but it was my favorite spot. That night I called dibs on it before anyone else could. I was so tired I didn't even care about the discomfort. I just wanted to be horizontal. I remember collapsing into it. The hammock creaked and swayed under my weight, the ropes groaning like an old ship. The window was open just a crack, letting in a sliver of cool night air and the sound of crickets. The room was dark, the only light a faint orange glow from the street lamp filtering through the thin curtains. I could hear everyone else settling down. Sarah and Mia took one bed, Chloe the other, and Jake and Leo were on a pile of blankets and sleeping bags on the floor. There was some muffled talking, the rustle of blankets, and then, one by one, their breathing evened out into the deep, heavy rhythm of sleep. I remember feeling the hammock slowly stop its gentle swing as I drifted off, the exhaustion pulling me under into a deep, dreamless sleep. I don't know how long I was out. It felt like only minutes, but it could have been hours. The first thing I felt was a jolt, a sharp, deliberate movement. The hammock rocked, not like I'd shifted, but like someone had given the frame a solid shove from underneath. My eyes fluttered open in the dark. My heart gave a single hard thump against my ribs. I lay perfectly still, listening. Nothing, just the chorus of snores from around the room. Jake had a low, rumbling one. Sarah's was softer, almost a whistle. I could make out each of them. I held my breath, my ears straining for any other sound. The house was silent. It was just me being jumpy, I told myself. The hammock was unstable. I'd probably just rolled over in my sleep. I let out the breath I was holding and started to relax back into the pillow, closing my eyes, trying to will myself back to sleep. That's when it happened. A hand grabbed my hair. There's no other way to describe it. It wasn't a brush, it wasn't a tickle. It was a strong, solid, unseen hand that fisted a chunk of my hair right at the back of my scalp, and it yanked. Hard. A violent, angry pull that jerked my head back. A white-hot flash of pain and pure, undiluted anger shot through me. It was so sudden, so vicious. I was awake instantly, not groggy, but fully, painfully alert. My first thought wasn't fear, it was rage. Who the hell did that? Which one of my idiot cousins or sisters thought it would be funny to sneak over and pull my hair while I was sleeping? I spun around in the hammock, the ropes digging into my legs, my face already set in a furious scowl. I was ready to swing, to yell, to shove whoever it was. The words were right there on my tongue, hot and sharp. But there was no one there. The space around the hammock was empty. The floorboards were bare. The room was exactly as it had been. My eyes, now wide and adjusted to the gloom, scanned the room. I looked at each sleeping form, my brain trying to catch up, trying to find the prankster. Sarah and Mia were a tangled mess of limbs in their bed, facing away from me. Chloe was flat on her back in the other bed, one arm flung over her forehead, and on the floor Jake was on his stomach, his face smooshed into his pillow, drool making a dark patch on the fabric. Little Leo was curled in a ball, his thumb near his mouth. They were all out, completely gone. The kind of deep sleep you can't fake. The snores hadn't even hitched. No one was stifling a laugh. No one was holding their breath. The air in the room was still. The anger evaporated. It didn't fade. It was just gone, replaced in an instant by a cold, heavy dread that dropped into my stomach like a stone. That's when the cold hit me. It wasn't a draft from the window. It was a wave of intense, bone-deep cold that washed over just me, centered right on the hammock. It was the kind of cold that feels wet, that seeps right through your skin and into your marrow. Every hair on my arms and the back of my neck stood straight up, my skin prickling with 1,000 tiny needles. My scalp, where my hair had been pulled, throbbed with a phantom icy pain. My breath caught in my throat. I couldn't swallow. I was frozen, not from the cold, but from a terror so complete it felt like my body had shut down. My mind was screaming one thing over and over. It wasn't one of them. It wasn't one of them. Something else was in the room with us. I didn't want to look down. I didn't want to look under the hammock. The space beneath it was a pool of inky blackness. But I had to move. I couldn't stay there. The feeling of being exposed in that hammock, suspended in the air, was unbearable. Every instinct was screaming at me to get to the ground, to get to another person. Moving felt like trying to swim through tar. Every motion was slow, deliberate, terrified of making a sound, of drawing attention to myself. I carefully swung my legs over the side of the hammock. The second my bare feet touched the wooden floor, I flinched. The boards were freezing, as if a block of ice was lying right beneath them. The cold shot up through my soles. I didn't stand up straight. I crouched, staying low, and my eyes stayed locked on the dark space under the hammock. I half-crawled, half-scrambled the few feet to the bed where Sarah and Mia were sleeping. I didn't care about waking them up. I just needed to be near someone, to feel a warm, living body. I slid in between them, the old mattress springs groaning softly. Sarah was on the side closest to the wall. I pressed myself against her back, wrapping my arms around her middle, clinging to her like a lifeline. She was warm, so warm, and she smelled like sleep and shampoo. She mumbled something incoherent in her dream but didn't wake up. I buried my face in her back, squeezing my eyes shut. I was shaking uncontrollably, my teeth chattering. It wasn't from the temperature in the room anymore. It was a full-body tremor of pure, adrenalized fear. I listened, my ears straining over the sound of my own pounding heart. The room was silent except for the breathing and snoring, the normal sounds, but the feeling was all wrong. The air felt charged, thick with a presence that shouldn't have been there. I lay there for what felt like an eternity, every muscle in my body tensed, waiting for something else to happen, waiting for another touch, a voice, a sound from under the hammock. My mind was racing, replaying the sensation of that hand in my hair. It had felt so real, so physical, the pressure of the fingers, the way it had gripped and then tugged with such force. It wasn't a bump, it wasn't a dream. The pain had been real. The shock had been real. I kept my eyes squeezed shut, praying for morning, for the first hint of grey light to show through the curtains. I didn't sleep another wink. I just held onto my sister, feeling the steady rise and fall of her breathing, using it to anchor myself in a reality that had suddenly become terrifyingly unstable. The memory of that cold, the phantom grip in my hair, the absolute certainty that I had been attacked by something I couldn't see. It all settled deep inside me. It wasn't a spooky story. It was a violation. Something in that room, in that corner by the window, had reached out and touched me with a clear, malicious intent. And as I lay there, frozen in fear, listening to the peaceful sounds of my family sleeping, I knew with a chilling certainty that I would never ever sleep in that hammock again. The party decorations, the surprise, all of it faded into insignificance. All that was left was the gut-level knowledge that something was in that room with us, and it knew I was there. Story 9. I had 2 cats back then, a brother and sister named Whisper and Shadow. They were usually curled up at the foot of my bed, or on my legs by the time the house settled for the night. That night they were both on my dresser, which was weird. They were just sitting there, perfectly still, staring at my closed bedroom door. I remember feeling a little annoyed. I wanted their warmth. I called to them, but they didn't even twitch. Just 2 sets of unblinking eyes fixed on the door. I shrugged it off, put it down to the change in routine with Grandpa arriving, and eventually fell asleep. I don't know what time it was when I woke up. The house was that deep, middle of the night quiet where not even the fridge was humming. I was on my side, facing the wall, and the first thing I registered was that my cats weren't on the bed. The second thing was the sound. A low, guttural hissing. It wasn't the playful hiss they'd make at each other. This was a sound I'd never heard from them before, a raw, terrified noise that was all threat and no bluff. I rolled over, my heart already starting to thump hard against my ribs. They were both on the floor, their backs arched, fur standing on end, so they looked twice their size. They were positioned between my bed and the far corner of the room, the one with the big old armchair where I dumped my clothes. And they were hissing at the chair. My eyes followed their line of sight, and that's when my breath just stopped in my throat. There was someone sitting in the chair. The room was dark, but the streetlight from outside cast just enough of a glow through the slats of my blinds to create shapes and shadows. This was more than a shadow. It was a person, tall, I could tell, even though it was sitting down. It was man-shaped, but all wrong. It was just black. A solid silhouette, darker than the darkest part of the room, like a hole cut out of reality. And where its face should have been, there was nothing, no features, no indentations, just a smooth, blank darkness. I couldn't move, I couldn't scream. I just laid there, frozen, my eyes locked on this thing. The cats kept hissing, that awful spitting sound, their bodies trembling with the effort. The figure didn't move. It just sat there, a tall, faceless shape in my grandpa's armchair, watching me. I don't know how I knew it was watching, without any eyes to see, but I knew. It was focused on me. The paralysis broke all at once. A choked gasp finally left my lips, and I scrambled backward in my bed, my legs tangling in the sheets. I didn't take my eyes off it. I fell off the side of the bed, hitting the floor with a thud that should have hurt, but I didn't feel a thing. I crawled, my limbs clumsy with terror, around the foot of the bed, keeping the mattress between me and the thing in the chair. The cats didn't run. They stood their ground, hissing their defiance. I finally found my voice, and it came out as a high, thin shriek. "Grandpa!" I wrenched my door open and sprinted down the hallway. The wood floor was icy under my bare feet. I didn't look left or right. I just ran full tilt for my grandparents' room at the end of the hall. I burst through their door without knocking, my heart hammering so hard I thought I would be sick. The light from the hallway fell across my grandpa's face. He was already sitting up, his eyes wide. My grandma was stirring beside him. "Something's in my room," I cried, my voice shaking so badly the words were barely understandable. "In the chair." My grandpa didn't ask questions. He didn't tell me it was a dream. He threw back the covers and stood up, his movements quick and sure. He was a big man, and in that moment he seemed to fill the room. He walked past me, out into the hallway, and I clung to the back of his pajama shirt, peering around him. The hallway was empty. My bedroom door was still wide open, the room inside pitch black now that I wasn't in it, to see the streetlights glow. He walked to the doorway and flipped the light switch. The overhead light flickered on, flooding the room with a harsh yellow light. The armchair was empty, just my jeans and a t-shirt crumpled on the seat. My cats were gone, probably hiding under the bed. My grandpa stepped inside, his head moving slowly as he scanned the room. He checked behind the door, he looked in the closet. He even got down on one knee and looked under the bed. He stood up and put a heavy hand on my shoulder. "Nothing here, kiddo," he said, his voice low and calm. "Probably just a bad dream." But I saw the way his eyes lingered on the armchair. I saw the slight tightening around his mouth. He believed me. He knew it wasn't a dream. He led me back to their room and told me I could sleep on the little fold-out cot they kept in the corner. I didn't argue. I curled up on that thin mattress, pulling the blanket over my head, listening to the sound of my own frantic heartbeat. I must have eventually fallen asleep, because the next thing I knew it was morning, and I could hear my mom in the kitchen. The daylight made everything feel silly. I was embarrassed. I told my mom I'd had a nightmare, and she just ruffled my hair and said it happened to everyone. But my grandpa was quiet during breakfast. He kept looking at me, a thoughtful, almost sad look in his eyes. That night after dinner, my little sister, who was 7 at the time, came tearing into the living room where we were all watching TV. Her face was white, her eyes huge. She ran straight to my mom and buried her face in her lap. Mom tried to soothe her. "What's wrong, honey? Another bad dream?" My sister shook her head, her voice muffled by my mom's jeans. "No, I was going to the bathroom. I saw a girl." We all went quiet. The only sound was the TV laugh track. "What girl, sweetie?" my dad asked. "In the hallway," she whispered, lifting her head. "She had a white nightgown on. She was just walking back and forth. I thought it was you, Sarah," she said, looking at me. "But you're taller." And she was crying, but there was no sound. A cold knot tightened in my stomach. My eyes immediately went to my grandpa. He was staring at my sister, his expression unreadable. He didn't say a word, just got up and went to the kitchen. I heard the tap running, and he came back with a small glass of water. But it wasn't just water. He walked through the entire house, from the front door to the back, dipping his fingers in the glass and flicking them, leaving little droplets on the door frames and windowsills. He was murmuring something under his breath, something I couldn't understand. My dad looked uncomfortable. "John, is that really necessary?" My grandpa just looked at him. "Can't hurt." The rest of that visit was tense. The air in the house never quite lost that heavy, watchful feeling. A few days later, I was in the basement getting a soda from the spare fridge. It was a finished basement, with a couch and a TV, but it always felt a little damp and isolated. I was standing there, my hand on the cool metal handle of the fridge, when the feeling hit me. It was a physical pressure, like a weight on the back of my neck. The feeling of being watched. Not casually, not like someone had just walked into the room. This was an intense, focused stare. It felt malicious. My skin prickled all over, and the small hairs on my arms stood up. I slowly turned around, my heart starting that familiar, panicked rhythm. The basement was empty. The couch, the TV, the pool table, everything was where it should be, but the feeling didn't go away. It got stronger. It felt like whatever was watching me was now right behind me, its breath on my neck. I couldn't move. I was frozen again, just like in my bedroom, trapped in that awful, silent scrutiny. I sucked in a ragged breath and screamed, "Grandpa!" It wasn't a call. It was a raw, desperate shriek. I heard his heavy footsteps thundering down the stairs instantly. He burst into the room, his eyes sweeping the space before landing on me. I was still frozen, tears starting to stream down my face, my whole body trembling. He didn't ask what was wrong. He just walked over to me, put a firm arm around my shoulders, and pulled me away from the fridge. With his other hand, he pulled a small, dark glass bottle from his pocket. I hadn't even known he carried it. Holy water. He uncorked it and without any ceremony flicked a few drops into the center of the room. There was no sizzle, no dramatic smoke. Nothing happened, but the feeling of being watched just vanished. It was like a switch had been flipped. The oppressive weight was gone. The air felt light again. I started sobbing in earnest then, from relief and leftover terror. My grandpa just held me, his big, solid presence, the only thing that felt real. He never really explained it. He just said that some houses hold on to things, and some things are attracted to families. He told me to always trust that feeling on the back of my neck. Life moved on. We eventually moved out of that house. The intense episodes stopped, but the feeling never completely went away. It was a low-level hum of anxiety, a habit of always checking corners and never quite feeling alone, even when I was. When I was 17, it came back in a different form. Sleep paralysis. I'd wake up in the middle of the night, unable to move a muscle, not even my eyes. I'd be trapped in my own body, screaming inside my head with no sound coming out, and there was always a presence in the room with me. One time was the worst. I woke up, paralyzed, staring at my TV across the room. It was off, the screen just a dark, blank rectangle. Then a soft white glow started in the very center of the screen, like a single pixel of light. It grew, spreading outward until the whole screen was lit with a pale, milky light, casting a weak glow across my bedroom. And then a man's silhouette stepped out of it. It was black, just like the thing from my childhood, but this one was leaner. It didn't walk so much as it drifted, floating from the TV screen into the middle of my room. It stood there, a cutout of a man against the glowing screen, and I knew with a certainty that chilled my soul that it was the same thing, the same presence. It had just found a new way to get to me. I laid there, trapped, for what felt like hours, staring at this silhouette until finally the glow from the TV faded and the thing was gone, and I could move again. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. Which brings me to now. I'm an adult. I have my own place, a small apartment I thought was safe. For the last few weeks, little things have been happening, unexplainable things. The framed photo of my grandparents on my bookshelf. It's a heavy frame, and it sits on a perfectly level shelf. 3 times now, I've been sitting on my couch and heard a soft scraping sound. I'll look over, and the photo will have slid forward, as if pushed, until it's perched right on the very edge of the shelf. The first time I thought I'd just bumped the shelf. The second time I got suspicious. The third time, last night, I knew. After I repositioned the photo for the third time, I went to the kitchen to make tea, my hands shaking. That's when I heard it. Footsteps. Clear, distinct footsteps on the wooden floor in the hallway. Not the fast, light pitter-patter of my sister's story. These were slow, heavy, deliberate, the kind of steps a grown man would take. They walked from one end of the hall to the other, paused for a moment, and then walked back. I stood frozen in my kitchen, a tea bag dangling from my fingers, listening. The footsteps stopped right outside the kitchen doorway. I couldn't see anything there. The hallway was dark, but I could feel it. That same focused, predatory attention I felt in the basement when I was 10. The feeling of being watched. It's never really left me. All these years, through all those different houses and all those different forms, it's been there. A constant, patient presence just over my shoulder. The man in the chair, the girl in the hall, the silhouette from the TV, the thing that pushes my photos and walks my floors at night. It's all the same thing, and it's followed me here. It never went away. It was just waiting. Story 10. That night, I was down there with my dad and my older brother, helping out with the bulletins for the Sunday service. It was late, probably around 10 o'clock, and the church was dead quiet, except for the hum of the old fluorescent lights overhead. We'd been doing this for years, ever since I was little, but there was always this unease that settled in once the sun went down. The basement was where they kept the office supplies, a couple of folding tables, and this ancient rotary phone that hadn't worked in decades. It was just sitting there on a shelf, covered in dust, and we all knew it was disconnected. But that night, it rang. I remember freezing mid-step, my hand still hovering over a stack of papers. The sound was sharp and tinny, like it was coming from far away, but it was unmistakable. A rotary phone ringing, the kind with the old-fashioned bell. My dad looked up from where he was sorting hymns, his face pale under the dim light. My brother, who's usually the tough one, actually jumped, and we all just stared at each other for a second. Then, from upstairs in the chapel, we heard footsteps. Not like someone walking normally, but pacing back and forth, like they were restless or lost. The floorboards up there groaned under the weight, and I could feel the vibration through the soles of my shoes. My dad whispered, "Stay quiet," and we all huddled near the stairs that led up to the main chapel. The footsteps kept going, steady and slow, and I could hear them moving from the altar toward the back, then circling around. It was eerie because there was no one else in the church. We'd locked up ourselves, and the doors were bolted from the inside. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest, and I could feel sweat trickling down my back despite the chill in the air. We'd heard stories from other people in town, like my math teacher who said he'd been down here once and called out to what he thought was a janitor, only to get no answer. But hearing it yourself is different. It sinks into your bones. After a few minutes, the pacing stopped and everything went silent again. We waited, hardly breathing, and my dad finally said we should finish up and get out of there. We went back to stacking the bulletins, but the air felt heavier, like something was watching us. That's when we heard the footsteps on the stairs, the ones that lead from the altar down to the kitchen, which is right next to the basement office. These stairs are narrow and wooden, and they creak with every step, but this sounded deliberate, like someone was coming down slowly, 1 foot at a time. I was standing near the door to the kitchen, and I could see the shadowy outline of the staircase through the crack in the doorframe. My brother was across the room, and he motioned for me to stay still. The footsteps got closer, and I could hear each creak of the wood, like whoever or whatever it was taking its time. My legs felt like jelly, and I couldn't move even if I wanted to. It was like my body was frozen in place, my muscles locked up from pure fear. I remember thinking about how the basement was added after the church was built, and there was always this rumor that something got left behind, something stuck between the old and the new. And in that moment, it felt true. Like whatever was on those stairs was trapped, lost between places, and we were intruding on its space. The footsteps reached the bottom of the stairs, and then there was nothing. No sound, no movement, just this oppressive silence that made my ears ring. I could feel my heart hammering against my ribs, and my breath was coming in shallow gasps. I kept waiting for the kitchen door to swing open, but it didn't. Instead, I heard a soft, shuffling sound, like someone was moving around in there. But when I peeked through the crack, the kitchen was empty. The lights were off, and the moon from the window cast long shadows across the floor. My dad finally broke the silence, saying we needed to leave now, and we started gathering our things as quietly as we could. But then the footsteps started again, this time on the basement side of the stairs, like they were coming toward us. I backed away until I hit the wall, and I could feel the cold plaster through my shirt. My brother grabbed my arm, his grip tight, and we both stared at the staircase entrance. The footsteps didn't sound angry or violent, just persistent, like they had somewhere to be, and we were in the way. I remember the smell, musty and old, like damp wood and dust, but with this faint hint of something sweet, almost like incense, which was weird because we didn't use that in our services. We made a break for the main stairs that led up to the back exit, but as we moved, the footsteps followed, keeping pace with us. It was like they were right behind me, and I could almost feel a presence, cold and dense, brushing against my back. I didn't look back, I just focused on getting out of there. My dad fumbled with the keys, his hands shaking, and when he finally got the door open, we burst out into the cold night air. The churchyard was dark, with only a few streetlights flickering in the distance, and we didn't stop running until we reached our car parked down the street. Sitting in the car, with the engine running and the heat blasting, we all just sat there in silence for what felt like forever. My brother was breathing heavily, and my dad kept glancing back at the church like he expected to see something in the windows. I was trembling so bad I could barely buckle my seatbelt. We drove home without saying much, and when we got inside, my mom asked why we looked so spooked, but we just shrugged it off. How do you explain something like that without sounding crazy? I've gone back to that church since then for services and events, but I never stay late, and I avoid the basement if I can. Even now, years later, I tense up at every creak or noise in old buildings, and that night plays over in my mind like a broken record. The weird part is, it never felt malicious, just sad, like whatever it was couldn't find its way out. I still don't know what happened, and I probably never will, but sometimes, when I'm lying in bed at night, I hear a faint ringing in my ears, and I'm right back there, frozen in that basement, waiting for the footsteps to start again. Story 11. It started like it often does, with me just lying in bed awake. My bedroom is downstairs now. I moved out of the master bedroom upstairs a couple weeks after she died. I couldn't stand the emptiness of it, so I've been camping out on the living room sofa. But last night I couldn't settle at all. The digital clock on the cable box kept flipping from 2:07 to 2:18 to 2:41. I just stared at the ceiling, listening to the house creak. It's an old house, it always makes noises, but this felt intentional. Like the house was restless, same as me. I had this urge, this stupid, desperate urge to go upstairs, to her room, to her office. She was a graphic designer, worked from home, so the spare room was her office, and the room next to it was her bedroom. I hadn't been up there in over a week, I'd just shut the doors. But last night the pull was so strong, it was like a magnet was dragging me up there. I swung my legs off the sofa, and my dog Cleo, this little terrier mix, lifted her head from her bed. She usually follows me everywhere, but when I walked towards the stairs, she just whined and put her head back down. I should have taken that as a sign. I really should have. The stairs felt steeper than usual in the dark. Each step groaned under my weight, and the air got colder the higher I climbed. It wasn't a drafty cold, it was a still, heavy cold that settled on my skin. I reached the top landing and stood there for a second, just looking down the hall at the two closed doors. The nightlight in the hallway socket was out. It had been for days. I hadn't gotten around to changing the bulb. I went to her office first. I pushed the door open, and the smell hit me. That faint trace of her perfume, the one she always wore, mixed with the dusty scent of her computer and papers. It made my throat tight. I didn't turn on the main light. The street lamp outside cast a weak, orangish glow through the window, enough to see the outlines of her desk, her chair, the bookshelf crammed with her art books. I don't know why I did it. It was an impulse. I pulled my iPhone from the pocket of my sweatpants. I opened the camera. I remember my hand was trembling a little, making the image on the screen jitter. I decided to use the live photo setting. You know, the one that takes a short video? I thought I don't know what I thought. Maybe I just wanted to capture the room as it was, a snapshot of her space. Maybe some stupid, grieving part of me thought I might see something. I took a few pictures, panning slowly across the room, the desk with her monitor dark and silent, the chair pushed in neatly, the little potted succulent on the corner that had long since died. I took one facing the bookshelf and another towards the door. I didn't look at them then. I just took them and slipped the phone back into my pocket, feeling a little foolish. Then I went across the hall to her bedroom. This room was harder. This was her sanctuary. The door creaked when I opened it. Her bed was still made, the floral duvet cover smoothed out. There were clothes folded on the armchair in the corner, waiting for her to put them away. It was so painfully normal and so utterly devastatingly empty. And then I saw it, on her nightstand. It was a ceramic nightlight she'd had since she was a teenager, shaped like a crescent moon. It was unplugged. I'd unplugged it myself weeks ago when I was cleaning, and the cord was still coiled neatly on the floor behind the nightstand. But it was glowing, not a steady glow. It was pulsing. A soft, faint blue-white light that would bloom for a second, then fade almost to nothing, then bloom again, like a slow, steady heartbeat. My own heart started hammering against my ribs. This isn't happening, I thought. I'm so tired I'm hallucinating. I took a step closer, my eyes glued to it. The light pulsed again, a little brighter this time, illuminating the dust motes floating in the air above it. I could feel the hair on my arms standing up. I reached out a hand, my fingers hovering an inch from the ceramic. It wasn't warm, it was cool to the touch, but it was definitely, undeniably, giving off light. I fumbled for my phone again. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped it. I opened the camera, switched back to live photo, and pointed it at the nightlight. I took a picture, watching the screen as the little circle did its recording thing. I took another one, just to be sure. I couldn't stay in that room anymore. The air was too thick, too cold. I backed out into the hallway, my eyes still locked on that softly pulsing moon, and pulled the door shut. I practically ran down the stairs, my breath coming in short, sharp gasps. Cleo was waiting at the bottom, her tail tucked between her legs, letting out a low, nervous whine. I collapsed onto the sofa and just sat there for a few minutes, trying to get my breathing under control. It was a trick of the light. It had to be. Some reflection from outside I hadn't noticed. But I had the pictures. I opened my Photos app with a thumb that felt numb. The first picture I'd taken in the office was of her desk. I pressed down on the screen to activate the live photo. For a second, it was just a still image. Then it started to play its few seconds of captured time. Nothing, just the still desk. I was about to swipe away, feeling like an idiot, when I saw it. On the very edge of the frame, over by the bookshelf, a shadow moved. It wasn't my shadow. I was standing by the door. The light source was behind me from the hallway. This was a separate darkness, a tall, slender shape that detached itself from the deeper shadows of the bookshelf and slid quickly, fluidly out of the frame. It was there, and then it was gone. It happened in less than a second of the live photo's playback. My blood went cold. I played it again and again. There was no mistaking it, a moving shadow where no one was standing. I switched to the next live photo, the one I took facing the door. My heart was in my throat. I played it. This time, the movement was in the center of the room, a faint, shimmering distortion in the air, right above her office chair, like heat haze off asphalt in the summer. And as I listened, my phone pressed hard against my ear. I heard it. Underneath the rustle of my own movements, a faint, staticky whisper. It was too garbled to make out words, just a sibilant hiss that raised the goosebumps all over my body. I couldn't breathe. I scrolled to the pictures from her bedroom. The first one was just the pulsing nightlight, but the second one, in the second live photo, as the camera panned, the lamp on her bedside table, a touch lamp with 3 brightness settings, did something impossible. It was off when I took the picture, but in the live playback it dimmed down to almost nothing, then flared up to its brightest setting, then dimmed again. It wasn't a flicker. It was slow, deliberate, like it was breathing. That's when the fear really set in, the deep, primal kind. This wasn't grief playing tricks on me. This was something else. I couldn't be alone with this. It was probably 3 in the morning by now, but I didn't care. I called my friend Mark. He's a skeptic, a real practical, down-to-earth guy, an engineer. I knew he'd think I was losing it, but I had to talk to someone. I was babbling into the phone, telling him about the pictures, the nightlight, the shadow. He was quiet for a minute, then he said, "I'm on my way, just sit tight." He lives 20 minutes away. That was the longest 20 minutes of my life. I sat on the sofa with all the lights on, clutching Cleo, who was shivering against me. I kept staring at the staircase, half expecting to see something standing at the top. The house was dead silent, eerily silent, like all the normal nighttime sounds had been sucked away. When Mark finally knocked on the door, I almost jumped out of my skin. I let him in, and he took one look at my face, and his joking demeanor vanished. "Okay," he said, his voice low and serious. "Show me." I showed him the live photos on my phone. He watched each one several times, his brow furrowed. He didn't say anything for a long while. "Okay," he said again, slowly. "That's weird. The lamp thing is definitely weird, but there could be explanations. A power surge, a faulty bulb, the nightlight, I don't know, some kind of capacitor holding a charge." "It's been unplugged for weeks, Mark," I said, my voice shaking. He nodded, but I could see the doubt in his eyes being chipped away by a growing unease. "Let's go up there," he said. "Right now. Let's see for ourselves." I did not want to go back up there, but with him here, With his solid, rational presence, I felt a little braver. Or maybe I was just desperate for someone else to confirm I wasn't going crazy. We walked up the stairs together. Cleo whined piteously from the bottom step but refused to follow. The moment we reached the top landing, we both felt it. The air pressure changed. It was like walking into a wall of water. My ears popped. The air was so still and heavy, it was hard to breathe. Mark stopped dead. "You feel that?" he whispered. I just nodded, my mouth too dry to speak. We went into her office first. Mark flicked on the light switch. Nothing happened. He flicked it a few times. "Bulb blown?" he asked. "It was fine last week," I managed to say. He pulled out his own phone and turned on the flashlight, sweeping it around the room. Everything was exactly as I'd left it. He walked over to the bookshelf, where I'd seen the shadow. He ran his hand over the spines of the books. "Nothing," he murmured. That's when my phone, which I was still holding, suddenly went black. The screen just died. I pressed the home button. Nothing. The side button. Nothing. It was completely dead, even though it had been at over 70% battery just minutes before. "My phone just died," I said, holding it out to Mark. He took it, pressed the buttons. Nothing. A cold dread was solidifying in my stomach. This was too many coincidences. "Let's try an EVP session," Mark said suddenly. He's into all that paranormal investigation stuff as a hobby, though he always approaches it from a scientific, skeptical angle. He had an app on his phone for it, one that supposedly records electronic voice phenomena. If something is here, we can ask it. The idea of speaking into the silence of that room made my skin crawl, but I nodded. He opened the app and a waveform appeared on his screen. He hit record. The room was utterly silent. You could hear the faint hum of his phone's microphone. He held the phone out in front of him. "Is anyone here with us?" he asked, his voice echoing slightly in the still room. Nothing, just the flat line of the waveform. "Are you the homeowner's daughter?" I asked, my voice a trembling whisper. "Is that you, sweetheart?" We waited. The silence pressed in on us. The heavy, cold air felt like it was getting thicker. I could feel my heart beating a frantic rhythm against my ribs. This was stupid. We were being stupid. Mark was about to speak again when it happened. A sound came from his phone's speaker. Not a whisper, not static, a voice. It was soft, faint, like it was coming from a long way away, but it was crystal clear. A woman's voice. My daughter's voice. It said two words: "Turn it off." The voice was flat, devoid of emotion, but it was hers. I'd know that voice anywhere. It was the voice that had called me Mom for 34 years. A jolt of pure, undiluted terror shot through me. It wasn't a comforting feeling. It wasn't a sign she was at peace. It was wrong. It was angry. It was a command. Mark's eyes were wide, his face pale. He fumbled with his phone, his fingers clumsy, and stopped the recording. The room plunged back into silence, but it was a different silence now. It was a waiting silence. We didn't say a word. We just ran. We clattered down the stairs, a tangle of panic and limbs, and didn't stop until we were back in the living room, slamming the door behind us as if we could shut out whatever was upstairs. I leaned against the wall, gasping for air, my whole body trembling uncontrollably. Mark was just staring at the floor, shaking his head. "I heard it," he kept muttering. "I heard it. That was her. That was 5 hours ago. Mark's gone home now, after making me promise to call him if anything else happens." The sun is starting to come up, casting a weak grey light into the living room. But the upstairs is still dark. Cleo is curled in a tight ball in my lap, refusing to even look in the direction of the stairs. I keep hearing those two words in my head, in her voice. Turn it off. What did she want us to turn off? The recording? The lights? Our attempt to reach her? Or something else entirely? I can't go back up there. I don't think I ever can. That part of my house, her part, doesn't feel like it belongs to me anymore. It feels like it belongs to that voice, to that cold, heavy air, to the breathing lamp and the pulsing, unplugged nightlight. It feels like it belongs to something that wears my daughter's voice, but is not my daughter. And the worst part, the part that makes my stomach clench into a cold knot, is that I don't know what it is or what it wants. I just know it's there, and it knows I'm here. Story 12. It was one of those lazy afternoons where time just kind of slips away from you. I remember it was a Tuesday, and I'd finished work early, so I decided to video chat with my friend who lives in Indonesia. We try to catch up every few weeks because of the time difference. It was around 3 in the afternoon for me, which meant it was already late evening for her, maybe 9 or 10 o'clock there. The sun was starting to set on my end, casting long shadows across my bedroom, and I had my laptop propped up on a stack of books so the camera angle wasn't all weird. I clicked the call button, and after a few rings, she picked up. Her face filled the screen and she looked tired but happy to see me. We started talking about normal stuff, how work was going, what we'd been up to, the usual. Her internet connection was a bit spotty, which isn't unusual for her area, so the video would freeze now and then, but we were used to it. She was sitting in what I think is her living room, with a plain white wall behind her and a small shelf with some knickknacks, nothing out of the ordinary. We'd been talking for maybe 20 minutes when I noticed something shift in her expression. At first, I thought it was just the lag, but then she stopped mid-sentence and her eyes got wide. She wasn't looking at me anymore. She was staring at something behind her over her shoulder. I leaned closer to my screen, squinting, because the lighting in her room was dim, just a single lamp on a table to her left, casting soft shadows. "What's wrong?" I asked, my voice a little too loud in the quiet of my room. She didn't answer right away. Her mouth was slightly open, like she was about to say something, but no sound came out. Then she whispered, "Do you see that?" I followed her gaze, and that's when I saw it. Behind her, maybe 5 or 6 feet back, there was a girl sitting on what looked like the edge of a low chair, or maybe the floor. It was hard to tell because the background was blurry, but she was clear. A girl with glasses, thin wire frames, and dark hair pulled back into a ponytail. She was wearing a simple, light-colored dress, something plain, and she was just sitting there, perfectly still, staring right at the camera. At me. My first thought was that it was a reflection or some trick of the light, but she wasn't transparent or ghostly in that Hollywood way. She looked solid, real, like another person in the room. I could see the details, the way her glasses sat on her nose, the faint freckles on her cheeks, the way her hands were folded in her lap. She didn't move, didn't blink, just stared with this empty expression that made my skin crawl. I felt a cold knot tighten in my stomach. "Who is that?" I asked, my voice shaky. "Is someone there with you?" My friend shook her head, her eyes still fixed on whatever she was seeing. "No, I'm alone. I've been alone all night." Her voice was trembling, and I could see her hands gripping the edge of her desk. "But I've seen her before. Other friends have too." That's when it hit me. The stories. Over the past few months, a couple of our mutual friends had mentioned something weird happening during calls with her. They'd described seeing a girl with glasses in the background, always in the same spot, and every time my friend would insist she was alone. At first I brushed it off as a glitch or maybe someone playing a prank, but hearing it from her now, seeing the sheer terror on her face, made it real. I kept staring at the screen, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The girl hadn't moved. She was just there, like part of the furniture, but her presence was overwhelming. It felt like the air had been sucked out of my room. I could hear the faint hum of my laptop fan, and outside a car passed by, but everything else was silent. My palms were sweating, and I wiped them on my jeans, my eyes glued to the screen. "What do you mean other friends have seen her?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. I didn't want to scare her more, but I needed to know. She took a deep breath, her shoulders tense. You know how this place used to be farmland, right? Before they built the houses here. There's a story, a local legend. A girl was murdered here decades ago. They say she was a young woman, maybe in her teens, and she wore glasses. She was killed in a field not far from where my house is now. Some people claim they've seen her ghost, but I never believed it, not until recently. As she spoke, I couldn't tear my eyes away from the girl. She was so vivid, so detailed. I could see the texture of her dress, the way the light from the lamp caught the lenses of her glasses, making them gleam faintly. She wasn't fading in and out like a bad connection. She was constant, solid. It was like watching a live feed of two people in a room, except one of them wasn't supposed to be there. My friend started to cry softly, her hands covering her face. "I'm so scared," she whispered. "Every time I'm on a call, I'm afraid she'll show up, and she has 3 times now. But this is the first time someone else has seen her with me." I felt a chill run down my spine, cold and sharp. I've never been one to believe in ghosts or the supernatural. I'm the kind of person who looks for logical explanations. Maybe it's a reflection, a double exposure, something with the camera. But this was different. There was no rational way to explain it. The girl was there, clear as day, and she was staring right at me with those empty eyes. I tried to focus on my friend, to comfort her, but my own fear was taking over. My breathing was shallow, and I could feel a headache starting behind my eyes. "Can you move?" "Maybe go to another room," I suggested, my voice cracking. She shook her head, tears streaming down her face. "I'm too scared to move. What if she follows me?" We sat there in silence for what felt like forever, just staring at each other through the screen, with this girl sitting motionless behind her. The room felt smaller, like the walls were closing in. I remember glancing at my own reflection in the dark screen of my phone nearby. I looked pale, my eyes wide with fear. This wasn't some creepy story you tell around a campfire. This was happening right now, in real time, and I was a part of it. Then, something shifted. The girl's head tilted slightly, just a fraction of an inch, and her eyes seemed to focus more intently on the camera. It was such a small movement, but it sent a jolt through me. I gasped, and my friend must have seen it too, because she let out a small whimper. "What is it?" she asked, her voice barely audible. "She moved," I said, my own voice trembling. "Just her head, a little." My friend turned slowly, her body rigid with fear, to look behind her. As she did, the girl's expression didn't change, still that blank, empty stare. But now she was looking directly at my friend. I could see the panic in my friend's eyes as she turned back to the camera, her face ashen. "I don't see anything," she whispered, "but I feel cold, really cold." I believed her. The temperature in my room hadn't changed, but I could imagine the chill she was feeling. It was like one of those moments where your body knows something is wrong before your brain catches up. My skin was prickling with goosebumps, and I had the urge to look over my own shoulder to make sure nothing was behind me. But I didn't. I kept my eyes on the screen, terrified of missing something. We stayed like that for another 10 minutes, maybe more. The call didn't drop, but the tension was unbearable. Every time the video lagged, my heart would skip a beat, afraid that when it cleared, the girl would be closer or doing something else. But she didn't move again. She just sat there, a silent, solid presence that defied everything I thought I knew about reality. I started to notice more details about her. Her glasses had small, round lenses, and the frames were thin metal, maybe silver. Her hair was dark brown, and it was pulled back neatly, but a few strands had come loose around her face. She looked young, maybe 16 or 17, And her dress was simple, like something from the 50s or 60s, high neckline, short sleeves. It was eerie how normal she looked, except for the fact that she was dead, according to the story. My friend was shaking now, her hands gripping the sides of her head. "I can't do this anymore," she said, her voice breaking. "I'm going to end the call." "Wait," I said, but it was too late. The screen went black and the call disconnected. I sat there in the sudden silence, my heart still racing. The room felt different, darker, heavier. I could hear my own breathing, ragged and loud. I looked at the time. It was only 4 in the afternoon, but it felt like midnight. The sun had set completely, and my room was lit only by the glow of my laptop screen, which now showed my desktop background. I didn't move for a long time. I just stared at the black screen, replaying what had happened in my head. The girl with glasses, my friend's terror, the cold feeling that had settled in my bones. I thought about the chat transcript. I'd saved it automatically like I always do, just in case. But I didn't want to look at it. Not yet. Eventually, I got up and turned on the main light, flooding the room with brightness. It didn't help much. The fear was still there, clinging to me like a second skin. I walked around my room, checking the corners under the bed, anywhere someone or something could hide. But of course, there was nothing. I was alone. I thought about calling my friend back, but I was too scared. What if she answered and the girl was still there? What if something worse happened? Instead, I sent her a quick message. "Are you okay?" She replied a few minutes later, "I'm safe." I turned on all the lights. "I'm never doing a video call from here again." We messaged back and forth for a bit, but neither of us wanted to talk about it in detail. It was too fresh, too raw. I could feel the adrenaline fading, leaving me exhausted and shaky. I made myself a cup of tea, but my hands were trembling so much I spilled hot water on the counter. The rest of the evening passed in a blur. I tried to watch TV, but I couldn't concentrate. Every noise made me jump, the creak of the floorboards, the wind outside, even the hum of the refrigerator. I kept glancing at my laptop, half expecting to see the girl's face on the screen again. Before I went to bed, I did something I never thought I'd do. I looked up the story my friend had mentioned. It took some digging, but I found a few forum posts and local articles about the area. Sure enough, there was a legend about a young girl murdered on farmland that was now a residential area. She was described as wearing glasses and a simple dress, just like what I saw. Some people claimed to have seen her ghost, usually in homes built over the old fields. Reading that made it all feel more real and more terrifying. This wasn't just a one-time glitch, it was something others had experienced. But seeing it myself in such a vivid way changed everything. I've always been skeptical, but now I don't know what to believe. I finally went to bed, but I didn't sleep well. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that girl's face, her glasses, her empty stare. I woke up multiple times during the night, sweating and heart-pounding, convinced I'd seen something in the shadows. The next day, I was exhausted, and the fear hadn't faded. I kept the chat transcript saved, but I haven't watched it back. I'm too scared to see it again. Part of me wants to delete it, to pretend it never happened, but another part needs to hold on to it as proof that I'm not crazy. That video call happened months ago, and I still think about it all the time. My friend moved out of that house not long after, and she says she hasn't seen the girl since. But I can't shake the feeling that something followed me, or that I opened a door to something I shouldn't have. Every time I video chat with someone now, I find myself scanning the background, looking for anything out of place. I've never told anyone else about this, not in detail. It's too hard to explain, and I don't want to sound like I've lost my mind. But writing it down here, maybe it helps to get it out, or maybe it just makes it more real. The thing that haunts me the most is how normal she looked. Not like a ghost from a movie, all smoky and translucent, but solid and real. Like she was just a person sitting there waiting, and I have no idea why she was there or what she wanted. I don't know if she's even a she or just something else. All I know is that I saw her, clear as I see my own hands typing this, and I'll never forget it. And to this day, I can't explain what happened or why it happened to me. Story 13. I've never been someone who believes in the supernatural. I'm practical, a little cynical maybe, the kind of person who checks the locks twice and blames the cat for any weird noise. But what happened in my house a few months ago has left me feeling like I can't trust my own eyes or my own mind. I'm 28. I live with my husband and my parents in a detached house out in the Finnish countryside. It's quiet. The kind of quiet that feels heavy sometimes. Fields and forests all around, and in the winter the darkness just swallows everything. It started with small things, little things that you'd just write off as being forgetful. A hair tie I knew I'd left on the bathroom counter would be gone. I'd tear the place apart looking for it, and then an hour later it would be right there in the middle of the floor, in a spot I'd walked through 10 times. My husband's keys. He's a creature of habit. He always puts them in the little ceramic bowl by the front door. One morning, they were just gone. We were late for work, turning the house upside down. We found them in the freezer, tucked behind a bag of frozen peas. We laughed it off, blamed each other for sleepwalking or playing a dumb prank. But the laugh was a little tight, you know. It didn't feel right. The big thing, the thing that changed everything, happened on a Tuesday night. It was late, probably around 1:30 in the morning. My husband was already asleep next to me, and I was propped up on my pillows, scrolling through YouTube on my phone with my earbuds in. The house was silent, that deep, middle-of-the-night silence where every little creak of the wood settling sounds like a footstep. Then the TV in the living room turned on. It didn't just turn on, it blasted on. The volume was maxed out. Some loud, obnoxious commercial for a car, just screaming into the silence. The sound was so violent and sudden, I actually yelped and ripped my earbuds out. My heart immediately started hammering against my ribs, a frantic, painful thumping. Next to me, my husband jolted awake, confused, asking what the hell that was. My first thought, my only rational thought, was that one of the cats had jumped on the sofa and stepped on the remote. We have 2, a fluffy grey one and a sleek black one, and they're always getting into things. I threw the covers back, my feet hitting the cold wooden floor, and hurried out of our bedroom and down the short hall to the living room. The room was lit up by the flickering blue light of the TV screen. And there, on the big L-shaped sofa, was my mum, fast asleep. She'd fallen asleep watching some nature documentary earlier, and she was still there, curled up under a blanket, snoring softly. The TV was screaming right next to her head, and she hadn't even stirred. That was the first weird thing. My mom is a light sleeper. A mouse farts in the wall and she's awake. But this cacophony hadn't even made her twitch. I stood there for a second, just watching her sleep through the noise, and then my brain kicked back in. I needed the remote to turn it off. Our TV is one of those modern, stupidly sleek ones. There are no physical buttons on it, not even a power button, and the power cord is routed through the wall into a socket behind the big media console, which is a heavy, solid piece of furniture we'd have to move to unplug it. The remote was the only way, so I started looking. I looked on the coffee table, which was just a mess of her empty tea mug and a crossword puzzle book. Nothing. I checked the floor around the sofa. I looked on the 2 armchairs. I got down on my hands and knees and peered under the sofa, my heart still going way too fast. I saw dust bunnies and a lost cat toy, but no remote. This is where the feeling started to curdle in my stomach, that first real prickle of fear. It wasn't just annoyance anymore. It was a cold knot forming right under my ribs. I started lifting the cushions on the sofa. My mum was on one end, so I worked around her, lifting each heavy cushion, patting down the space underneath. Blankets, a stray magazine, but no remote. I remember my palms were getting sweaty. The TV was still blaring, the sound grating on my nerves, making it hard to think. I had to wake my mum. I gently shook her shoulder. She woke up slowly, groggy, blinking against the harsh TV light. "What's going on?" she mumbled, her voice thick with sleep. "The TV," I said, and I could hear the tension in my own voice. "I can't find the remote to turn it off." She sat up, rubbing her eyes, looking confused by the noise as if she was hearing it for the first time. "Your dad had it last," she said, her words slurred. "He was watching the news before he went to bed. He left it on the backrest." The backrest, the top of the sofa, the part you lean against. It's a wide, flat surface. I looked at it. It was empty, completely bare. I had already looked at the backrest. I'd scanned the entire room. I knew it wasn't there. "It's not there, Mom," I said, trying to keep the panic out of my voice. "It is. I saw it," she insisted, getting more awake now. She swung her legs off the sofa and stood up. Together we started a more thorough search. It felt desperate. We lifted every cushion again, this time together. We moved the blankets, shook them out. We checked under the coffee table, behind the pillows. We were like two frantic animals, digging for a bone that we both knew should be there. The TV was a constant, aggressive presence, filling the room with its meaningless noise. My mom kept saying, "It has to be here. He always puts it on the backrest." She was getting frustrated and I was getting scared. The cold knot in my stomach was ice now. This wasn't right. The remote couldn't have just vanished. We had looked everywhere. There were only so many places it could be in this one room, and then the grey cat, the fluffy one, jumped up. He landed gracefully right in the middle of the sofa's backrest, the exact spot my mom had pointed to. He sat down, started washing his paw, completely unbothered by our search or the blaring TV. My eyes were fixed on that spot. I was staring right at it. The cat was there, licking his leg, and then, in the space of a single heartbeat, the remote was just there. It didn't fall from somewhere. It didn't slide into view. It materialized. 1 second, there was just the dark grey fabric of the sofa backrest and a fluffy cat. The next second, the black plastic remote was sitting right next to his tail, as if it had been there the entire time. I actually stumbled back a step. My breath caught in my throat. I felt all the blood drain from my face. I must have made a sound, a little gasp, because my mum turned and saw it too. "There it is," she said, her voice full of relief. She reached over, picked it up, and pointed it at the TV. The silence that fell was instant and absolute, and it was almost more deafening than the noise had been. I couldn't speak. I just stood there, staring at the empty spot on the backrest where the remote had just appeared. My mind was screaming. I had looked there. I had looked there not 2 minutes ago. I had run my hand over that exact spot. I had looked at it from every angle. It was not there. It was impossible for it to be there. My mom just shrugged, placed the remote back down on the coffee table and said, "See, it was just misplaced. Good night, sweetheart." And she shuffled off towards her bedroom, leaving me alone in the sudden, suffocating quiet of the living room. I didn't move for a long time. I just stood there frozen, my eyes glued to that spot on the sofa. The cat had settled down and was now sleeping, curled into a ball. Everything looked normal. The room was tidy, the TV was dark, but everything felt wrong. The air felt thick, charged. I felt like I was seeing the world through a cracked lens. I finally forced myself to go back to my bedroom. My husband was asleep again. I climbed into bed and lay there in the dark, staring at the ceiling. I couldn't close my eyes. Every time I did, I saw it. The empty backrest, the cat landing, the remote just popping into existence. It defied logic. It broke the rules of how the world is supposed to work. Objects don't just disappear and reappear. They don't phase in and out of reality. I started thinking about all the other little things, the hair ties, the keys in the freezer. Had they really been misplaced? Or had they done the same thing? Had they simply stopped existing for a little while and then started existing again in a different place? The rest of the night was the longest of my life. I was hyper-aware of every sound, the wind outside, the creak of the house, the faint rustle of the cats moving around. I felt like I was waiting for something else to happen, for the world to glitch again. I was terrified that I'd look at my husband, and for a second, his face would be someone else's, or the pattern on the wallpaper would writhe and change. I was questioning the fundamental stability of everything. The next morning, I was exhausted. I felt hollowed out. I tried to talk to my husband about it over coffee. I told him what happened, about the remote appearing out of thin air. He listened, then smiled a little and said, "You were just tired. It was late. You probably overlooked it." He said it with such easy confidence, such simple logic, that for a moment I almost believed him. Almost. But I know what I saw. I know the feeling of my hand patting down that empty backrest. I know the absolute certainty I had that the remote was not in that room. I know the visceral, physical shock of seeing it manifest from nothing. It's been months now, and smaller things still happen. A spoon will be gone from the drawer when I'm setting the table, and then I'll turn around and it's back. A book I was reading will be on the wrong shelf. I'm the only one who seems to notice, or the only one who cares. My family just calls me forgetful. They joke about it, but I'm not forgetful. I'm terrified. I feel like our house, or maybe just me, is stuck in some kind of reality loop. A glitch in the system. I find myself checking and rechecking things, taking mental photographs of where objects are, trying to anchor myself in a world that feels increasingly fluid and unreliable. It's a deep-seated unease that never really goes away. It's the knowledge that the world isn't as solid as I thought it was, that the rules can just bend. And I don't know why or how or what's going to happen the next time it does. I just know that I saw a black plastic remote teleport onto my sofa, and nothing has felt right since. Story 14. When we got to our room on the second floor, the first thing that happened was I cut my finger on the door lock. It was one of those old, rusty deadbolts, and as I turned the key, a sharp edge snagged my skin. It wasn't a deep cut, but it bled more than I expected, and the pain was this stinging sensation that made me wince. I remember looking at the blood welling up on my fingertip and feeling this sudden irrational dread, like it was a warning. Mark handed me a tissue from his pocket, and Anna joked about me being clumsy, but her laugh sounded forced. We all just stood there for a second, not saying anything, and the silence felt heavy, like the walls were listening. Then, when I tried to open my luggage, the lock malfunctioned. It was a simple combination lock I'd used a dozen times before, but now it just wouldn't budge. I twisted the dials over and over, my fingers getting sore, but it stayed stuck. Finally, I had to force it open, and the metal felt cold and unyielding in my hands. That's when it hit me. This wasn't just bad luck. It felt like something didn't want us here. Mark tried to lighten the mood, saying we were all tired from the drive, but I could see the unease in his eyes. Anna started unpacking quietly, and I noticed she kept glancing around the room, like she was checking for something. The room itself was sparse and dated, with floral wallpaper that was yellowed in places, and a musty smell that clung to everything. The beds were firm, almost too hard, and the blankets felt thin and scratchy. We decided to settle in, but none of us could shake the feeling of being watched. It was this persistent sensation, like eyes on the back of your neck, and every time I turned around, I half expected to see someone there. By evening, we were all on edge. We ordered food from a nearby restaurant, but even eating felt off. The silence between us was thick, broken only by the occasional creak from the hallway or the wind whistling outside. As it got darker, we talked about sleeping arrangements. Anna, was in the single bed across from ours, and Mark suggested we leave the lights on. Normally I'd argue, I hate sleeping with lights, but that night I agreed without hesitation. It was like we all knew something was wrong, but no one wanted to say it out loud. We got ready for bed, and that's when the next thing happened. I went to take a shower, hoping the hot water would calm my nerves. The bathroom was small, with cracked tiles and a shower head that dripped constantly. I remember stepping in, the water feeling good on my skin, and then out of nowhere, the faucet turned on by itself. It wasn't a slow turn, it was sudden, like someone had jerked the handle. The water burst out, cold at first, then scalding hot, and I jumped back, hitting the wall. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I stood there, dripping wet, staring at the faucet as if it might move again. The steam filled the room, making it hard to breathe, and I had this overwhelming sense that I wasn't alone. I quickly turned off the water, my hands shaking, and wrapped a towel around myself. When I came out, Mark and Anna were sitting on their beds, looking at me. I didn't have to say anything. They saw the fear on my face. And that's when we all admitted we felt something in that room. We tried to brush it off, saying it was just old plumbing. But deep down, we knew it wasn't. We ended up sitting together for a while, talking in hushed voices about nothing important, just to fill the silence. Eventually, we decided to try to sleep. I lay down next to Mark, with Anna across the room, and the bedside lamp cast long shadows on the walls. Every little noise made me tense up, the floorboards creaking, the wind howling outside, even the hum of the refrigerator in the corner. I must have drifted off at some point, because the next thing I knew, I was jolted awake. It was 3 a.m. I know because I glanced at the clock on the nightstand, the red digits glowing in the dark. The room was still lit by the lamp, but the shadows seemed deeper, more menacing. That's when I heard it, soft crying coming from the adjacent room. At first, I thought it was Anna, but when I looked over, she was asleep, her breathing steady. The crying was faint, like a child or a woman, and it seemed to be coming from right through the wall. My blood ran cold. I nudged Mark, and he was already awake, his eyes wide. He put a finger to his lips, and we both listened. The sound was eerie, not like any crying I'd heard before. It was mournful, almost desperate, and it sent chills straight down my spine. Then Mark leaned in close, his breath warm against my ear, and whispered, "I sense a woman in black at the foot of our bed." His voice was so low I barely heard it, but the words hit me like a physical blow. I froze, my body going rigid with fear. I couldn't see anything there, just the empty space at the end of the bed. But I felt it. This cold presence, like a draft that shouldn't be there, and the air grew heavy, making it hard to breathe. My heart was racing, and I could feel sweat beading on my forehead despite the chill. We lay there, completely still, not daring to move or make a sound. The crying continued, sometimes fading, sometimes growing louder, and I kept expecting to see something, but there was nothing. Just that feeling of being watched, of not being alone. Time seemed to stretch on forever. I remember clutching the sheets, my knuckles white, and Mark's hand gripping mine tightly. Anna stirred in her sleep, but she didn't wake up, and I was too scared to call out to her. Part of me wanted to jump up and run, but my legs felt like lead. The fear was paralyzing. I kept my eyes fixed on the foot of the bed, half expecting a shadow to move, but it stayed still. Yet, I could feel her, this woman in black that Mark mentioned. It was like a weight pressing down on us, and the room felt smaller, suffocating. The crying eventually faded away, but the silence that followed was even worse. It was thick and unnatural, like the calm before a storm. We lay like that for what felt like hours, until exhaustion finally took over. I must have fallen asleep again because the next thing I knew, sunlight was streaming through the windows. When I woke up, the room felt different, lighter, but the memory of the night was fresh in my mind. Mark and Anna were already up, and we all looked at each other without saying a word. We packed our things in a hurry, not even bothering to shower or eat breakfast. Checking out was a blur. The hotel staff smiled and asked if we enjoyed our stay, but we just mumbled something and left as fast as we could. Once we were in the car driving back to Manila, we finally talked about what happened. Anna said she'd felt something too, but didn't want to scare us. Mark admitted he'd sensed the presence even before he whispered to me. We all agreed that we were relieved whatever it was didn't follow us home, but that experience left a mark. To this day, I get uneasy in old buildings, and I never stay in hotels without reading reviews first. Sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I think about that woman in black and the crying, and I wonder what would have happened if we'd stayed longer. It's one of those things I can't explain, and I doubt I ever will. Story 15. The walk home was usually 20-25 minutes if I cut through the quieter streets. I always avoided the main drag after closing time. That's where all the stragglers from the other bars would be, the loud, messy, drunk groups that would sometimes call out or try to stop you. I wasn't in the mood. I was tired, my head was throbbing from the noise and the stale beer smell that clung to my clothes, so I took the darker route. The one with the big old trees that blocked out a lot of the streetlights, past the closed-down laundromat and the row of silent, sleeping houses. It felt safer, in a weird way. Less chance of running into anyone. I was about halfway home, just passing that little park with the broken swing set, when I heard them. Laughter, the kind that's too loud and has an edge to it. I didn't even turn around. I just picked up my pace a little, my hand tightening around my keys in my pocket, the way every woman is taught to do. But they were faster. A group of 4 or 5 guys spilled out from a side street and just sort of fanned out in front of me. Not directly blocking my path, but making it clear I'd have to go through them to keep going. My heart was suddenly hammering against my ribs, a frantic bird-like flutter. One of them, a guy in a dark hoodie, made a comment. It wasn't anything specific I can even remember now, just something low and invasive about my legs. I kept my eyes down, my whole body tensed, and I just walked. I didn't run, because you're not supposed to run, right? It triggers the chase. I just put one foot in front of the other, my shoulders so tight they were practically up by my ears, waiting for a hand to grab my arm, for the laughter to turn into something else. I could feel their eyes on my back, and for those 10-15 seconds, it felt like the longest walk of my life. Then I heard one of them say, "Ah, forget it," and the group's attention shifted, their noise moving away from me down the street. The relief was so physical it made me a little dizzy. I didn't look back. I just kept walking, my breath coming out in shaky little puffs in the cold air. That's when the taxi pulled up. It was one of those older, slightly boxy sedans, not one of the modern hybrid ones most of the companies use. It was dark blue, or maybe black. It was hard to tell under the weak orange glow of the streetlight. The window rolled down, and an older man, maybe in his 60s, with kind eyes and a face full of wrinkles, leaned over. He had a thick head of grey hair, and he was wearing one of those flat caps. "You all right, love?" he asked. His voice had a gentle, raspy quality to it. "Saw that back there. Bunch of idiots. You look frozen. Let me give you a lift home, on the house. No one should be walking alone this time of night." My first instinct was a hard no. Stranger danger drilled into you since you were a kid. But I was still rattled from the group of guys. The adrenaline was fading, leaving me feeling shaky and exposed. The cold was seeping through my thin jacket, and he looked normal, grandfatherly even. He had a thermos cup in the cup holder and an old fuzzy dice hanging from the rearview mirror. It felt like a sign, a bit of kindness after a scare. I don't have any cash on me," I said, which was true. I never carried my tips home. "Like I said, on the house," he repeated, giving me a small, reassuring smile. "Just get in. Get warm." I hesitated for another second, my hand on the cold door handle. I looked down the dark, empty street ahead of me, then back at his friendly face. The fear of the known, the long, dark walk, outweighed the fear of the unknown, this kindly old man. It was a stupid, stupid calculation to make, but in that moment, it made sense. I got in. The car was warm and smelled faintly of mint and old leather. It was clean, too. No trash on the floor. The seats weren't torn up. It felt safe. I gave him my address, which was only about 10 blocks away, and he nodded, pulling away from the curb smoothly. "Rough night?" he asked, his eyes flicking to me in the rearview mirror. "Just a long one," I said, leaning my head against the cool window, watching the familiar streets blur past. I felt the tension start to leave my body. This was okay, this was good, I was safe. We made the usual turns. Left on Elm, right on 4th. I was on autopilot, just tracing the route I walked every night in my head. Then we got to the corner where he should have turned left onto my street, Maple Avenue. But he didn't. He drove straight past it. I sat up a little straighter. "Hey, you missed my turn. It was right back there." "Sorry, love," he said, his voice still calm. "There's some roadworks up ahead, a sinkhole or something. They've got the whole street blocked off. Have to go around." I frowned. I'd walked home just last night. There was no sinkhole. But maybe it happened today. It was possible. I settled back, though the first tiny cold seed of doubt was planted in my gut. I watched the streets now, not just passively, but actively looking for the detour signs. I didn't see any. The neighborhood started to change. The nice, tree-lined streets with porch lights gave way to older, more run-down houses, then to warehouses. We were heading into the industrial area on the edge of the city, a place I never had any reason to go to, especially not at night. This doesn't seem right," I said, my voice a little tighter than I intended. "Just a shortcut," he said. "I know these streets like the back of my hand." But he wasn't taking any turns. He was just driving deeper and deeper, the streetlights becoming fewer and farther between, some of them broken entirely. The buildings were huge, shadowy monoliths with dark, gaping windows. No cars, no people, nothing. The only sound was the hum of the taxi's engine and the crunch of our tires on the gravelly, poorly maintained road. My heart was starting that frantic thumping again. This was wrong. This was so wrong. "Stop the car," I said, trying to sound firm, but it came out as a nervous squeak. "I want to get out here." "Can't do that, love," he said, and his voice was different. The gentle rasp was gone, replaced by a flat, even tone. "It's not safe. It's not safe in here," I almost shouted. I reached for the door handle, but of course the child locks were on. I fumbled for the button on the armrest to lower the window, but he disabled the controls from the front. I was locked in. Panic, pure and cold, washed over me. My skin felt like it was crawling. I started pulling at the door handle, yanking it over and over, a useless, frantic motion. "Let me out! Let me out right now!" He didn't answer. He just kept driving. The headlights cut two lonely beams through the overwhelming darkness, illuminating chain-link fences and piles of scrap metal. We turned down a narrow access road, the kind that services the backs of these huge factories. And then, up ahead, I saw it, a dead end, a high corrugated metal wall stained with rust and graffiti. He pulled the car right up to it and stopped. The engine idled, a low, menacing purr in the silence. This was it. This was where it was going to happen. All the stories you hear, all the warnings, they all crashed down on me at once. My throat closed up. I couldn't breathe. I could see the back of his head, his grey hair under that cap. He wasn't moving. I thought about my phone, but my purse was on the seat next to me, and digging for it felt like it would take 1,000 years. I was frozen, trapped in this warm, mint-scented box with a man who was no longer kind. Then, I don't know where it came from, but a strange, desperate calm settled over me. It wasn't real calm. It was the kind you have to manufacture to keep from completely shattering. I forced my voice to be level, to not shake. "You need to turn around," I said, staring at the back of his head. This is a dead end. You can't get through here. You need to turn the car around and take me home. For a long moment, nothing happened. The fuzzy dice hung motionless. I could see his shoulders rise and fall with a breath. Then slowly, he turned his head. It wasn't a full turn. It was just enough for me to see his profile and his eye. That's what I remember most. His eye in the dim green light from the dashboard. It wasn't the kind, crinkled eye of the man who had offered me a ride. It was flat, empty, like a doll's eye. There was no emotion in it, no anger, no malice, just nothing. A complete absence of the person I thought I was getting into the car with. That was more terrifying than any look of rage could have ever been. He held my gaze for what felt like an eternity, and in that silence I knew, with a certainty that turned my blood to ice, that he was deciding. He was weighing his options, and I knew that one of those options was my death. Then, just as suddenly as he had changed, he relented. "Right you are," he said, and his voice was back to the gentle rasp, as if we'd just had a minor disagreement about directions. "My mistake." He put the car in reverse, backed up carefully, and executed a three-point turn in that narrow space. He drove back the way we came, his movements calm and precise. He didn't speak, I didn't speak, I just sat there, my entire body trembling uncontrollably, my hands clenched into fists so tight my nails were cutting half-moons into my palms. I didn't take my eyes off the back of his head. He drove me all the way back to the main road, and then, without me saying a word, he turned onto my street. Maple Avenue. There was no sinkhole, no roadworks. The street was perfectly clear. He pulled up to the curb about 100 feet from my apartment building. "Here you are," he said, not looking at me. I didn't wait. I didn't thank him. I didn't say a word. The second the car stopped, I was clawing at the door handle, remembering he had to unlock it. For a heart-stopping second it didn't open, and I thought he'd changed his mind. Then I heard the click. I shoved the door open and practically fell out onto the pavement, stumbling in my haste. I didn't look back. I ran. I ran faster than I ever have in my life, my bag bouncing against my side, my lungs burning. I fumbled for my keys at the main door, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the lock. I slammed the heavy door shut behind me, the sound echoing in the silent lobby, and ran up the 2 flights of stairs to my apartment. Once inside, I threw the deadbolt and slid the chain lock into place. Then I backed away from the door, my back hitting the opposite wall. I slid down to the floor, my legs unable to hold me anymore. I sat there on the cold hardwood, listening for footsteps on the stairs, for the sound of an engine idling outside, for a knock on the door. But there was nothing. Just the hum of my refrigerator and the frantic beating of my own heart. I stayed there for a long time, maybe an hour, just shaking. The fear didn't leave me. It had moved in, taken up residence deep in my bones. I kept replaying it all in my head, the missed turn, the empty streets, the dead end, and his eyes. Those flat, empty eyes. I never called the police. What would I have said? A taxi driver drove me to a dead end and then drove me home. I had no license plate number. I didn't even know the company. I was just a girl who made a stupid decision and got lucky. I quit my job at the bar the next day. I couldn't face that walk again. And now, years later, I still can't shake it. It's not the memory of the group of guys that haunts me. It's the taxi. It's the sound of tires on pavement late at night when I'm trying to sleep. That specific, slow, cruising sound of a car that isn't in a hurry. Every time I hear it, my heart seizes up, and I have to get up and look out the window, just to make sure there's no dark, boxy sedan idling at the curb. I never see one, but I always look. Because for one night, a simple act of supposed kindness turned into the most terrifying moment of my life. And I know, with a certainty that never fades, that it was only a split-second decision, his decision, that stopped me from becoming just another story on the news. A girl who vanished after her late shift and was never seen again. Story 16. I rolled out of bed, my feet hitting the cold hardwood floor, and immediately I felt that chill from the left corner of my bedroom closet. It's always colder there no matter what I do. Crank up the heat, stuff towels under the door, nothing helps. I've gotten used to it over the years, but that day it was sharper, like a draft that shouldn't exist. I shuffled over to the closet, half awake, and pulled the door open. The cold hit me in the face, and I swear, it smelled faintly of old wood and something else, something metallic, like blood or rust. I didn't linger. I just grabbed a hoodie and got dressed, trying to shake off the creeps. Downstairs, I started making coffee, the usual routine. My dog, a mutt named Buster, was lying by the back door, but he wasn't relaxed. His ears were perked up, and he kept growling low in his throat, staring toward the stairs. That's another thing. Buster and my other dog, Luna, they've always hated that closet upstairs. They'll be fine 1 minute, then suddenly they're bristling and barking at nothing. That morning, Buster was on edge from the get-go. I poured my coffee and tried to ignore it, but the silence in the house felt wrong. Normally, there's the hum of the fridge or the tick of the clock. But today, it was too quiet, like the house was holding its breath. I sat at the kitchen table, sipping my coffee, and that's when I heard the first real noise, a soft thud from upstairs. Not loud, but distinct. I froze, cup halfway to my lips, and listened. Nothing. Then another thud, like something heavy shifting. I thought maybe it was the clothing rod in the closet. We'd had issues with that thing falling down 3 times in the first year I lived here. It's one of those tension rods, and it would just give way for no reason, sending clothes crashing to the floor. After the 3rd time, my husband at the time helped me suspend it with chains from the ceiling right at that spot in the left corner. We figured the weight was uneven or something, but deep down, I knew it wasn't normal. I decided to go check, my heart starting to beat a little faster. As I climbed the stairs, each step creaked under my weight, and I couldn't help but feel like I was being watched. The hallway upstairs was dim, with the morning light barely reaching it, and the air felt colder up there. I pushed open the bedroom door, and everything looked normal at first. The bed was messy, clothes from yesterday were on a chair, but then I saw it. The closet door was slightly ajar, even though I'd shut it tight when I left. I walked over, my hand trembling a bit, and pulled it open. The cold washed over me again, and I saw that the clothing rod was sagging. The chains holding it up were taut, but one of them had a link that looked stretched, like something had pulled on it hard. Nothing had fallen, though, so I shrugged it off, telling myself it was just the house settling. But as I turned to leave, I heard a faint whispery sound, like fabric rustling, but there was no wind, no open windows. I bolted out of there and went back downstairs, my coffee gone cold by then. The rest of the morning was uneventful, just me puttering around, trying to distract myself with chores. I vacuumed the living room, did some dishes, but the whole time, that heavy feeling lingered. Around noon, my son came over for a visit. He's in his 20s now, but he still drops by sometimes, and I was glad for the company. We were sitting in the living room, chatting about his job, when he suddenly stopped mid-sentence and looked toward the stairs. His face went pale, and he pointed up there. "Mom," he said, his voice quiet but firm, "somebody died right there, in that corner of your closet. Somebody hanged himself in that corner." I felt my blood run cold. I'd never told him about any of this. Not Chuck's stories, not the cold spot, nothing. He hadn't been around when we moved in, and I didn't want to scare him. But here he was, stating it like it was a fact. I asked him how he knew, and he just shook his head, saying he didn't know. It was like a picture popped into his mind. We both sat there for a minute, not saying anything, and the air in the room felt charged, like before a storm. After he left, I was rattled. I tried to go about my day, but I couldn't shake what he'd said. I decided to sage the house again, even though I'd done it before and it didn't help. I lit the sage bundle and walked through each room, waving the smoke around, saying little prayers under my breath. But as I reached the bedroom, the smoke seemed to thicken near the closet, and I felt a resistance, like something was pushing back. The sage went out on its own, and I had to relight it twice. It didn't make me feel any better. If anything, it felt like I'd annoyed whatever was there. Later that afternoon, I was in the kitchen making myself a late lunch. I had my phone plugged into the charger on the counter, the outlet by the stove. I was chopping vegetables when I heard a loud crack, like a whip snapping. I spun around and my phone charger cord had whipped away from the outlet, flying across the room. The charging block was dangling from the socket, swaying back and forth, but the TV on the same outlet was still on, the screen flickering with some news channel. I stood there, knife in hand, heart pounding. How does that even happen? Cords don't just whip themselves out like that. I unplugged everything, my hands shaking, and decided to skip lunch. As evening rolled in, the sky outside turned dark grey, and a light rain started to fall. I was trying to calm down, watching TV in the living room, when I heard a clinking sound from the kitchen. I muted the TV and listened. It was metallic, rhythmic. I got up and peered into the kitchen, and that's when I saw it. The metal strainer I'd left on the stove was swinging slowly back and forth like a pendulum. It wasn't hooked to anything. It was just sitting on the burner, but it was moving in a smooth, deliberate arc. No draft, no one touching it. I felt a chill crawl up my spine, and without thinking, I said out loud, "Okay, I know you're here. What do you want?" As soon as the words left my mouth, the strainer stopped swinging abruptly. Then, from nowhere, music started blaring, loud, jarring music. It was that song, "She Talks to Angels" by the Black Crowes, and it was coming from everywhere at once. I don't own any smart speakers. I've never bought into that Alexa or Google Home stuff. But it was playing from what sounded like multiple sources, like it was echoing through the walls. I ran to the windows thinking it was a neighbor's, but the houses are spaced out and no one was outside. The music filled the house, so loud I had to cover my ears, and the lyrics about talking to angels felt like a taunt. I stood in the middle of the living room, frozen, until as suddenly as it started, it stopped. The silence that followed was deafening. I could hear my own ragged breathing and the rain tapping against the windows. I didn't move for what felt like hours, just standing there, waiting for something else to happen. But nothing did. The energy in the house seemed to fade, like a storm passing, and I was left alone with the echo of that song in my head. To this day, I can't explain any of it. Why that day? Why all at once? I've had other moments since then, little things that remind me it's still there, but nothing like that Saturday. Sometimes I'll feel a cold draft from the closet, or Buster will growl at nothing, and I'll remember. But that day, it was like everything came to a head, and then just stopped, leaving me with more questions than answers. I still live here because where else would I go? But every time I pass that closet, I can't help but glance at the left corner, wondering who hanged himself there and why he's still around. Story 17. I always thought people who believed in ghosts were just letting their imaginations run wild. I mean, come on, in this day and age, with all the science and explanations for everything, how could anyone seriously think dead people are hanging around in their homes? That was me, up until that day in our house. The house was built in the 1940s, and we loved it for its character. The high ceilings, the original hardwood floors that creaked in just the right spots, the big windows that let in tons of light. Ben and I had been there for about a year, and it felt like home. But that one day changed everything, and I still can't shake the feeling that something was in there with us, something that didn't belong. It was a Tuesday, I remember, because I had the day off work, and Ben was supposed to be home later that evening. The weather was kind of gloomy, not raining, but overcast, with that dull grey light that makes everything inside feel a little dimmer. I'd spent the morning cleaning up around the house, nothing out of the ordinary. I was in the kitchen wiping down counters, and I decided to take a break to grab a glass of water. Our hallway runs from the kitchen to the living room, and it's not very long, maybe 15 feet or so, but it always felt a bit narrow, with old wallpaper that had this faint floral pattern you could barely see unless you looked close. As I was walking toward the living room, I caught something out of the corner of my eye. At first, I thought it was just a shadow, or maybe the cat darting past. But we don't have a cat. I stopped dead in my tracks, my heart suddenly thumping hard in my chest. I turned my head slowly, and that's when I saw it. A tall figure gliding past the hallway. It wasn't walking, it was moving smoothly, almost floating from one end to the other. It had dark hair, kind of messy and long, but I couldn't see a face. It was like it was turned away from me, or maybe it didn't have one, I don't know. The whole thing lasted maybe 2 seconds, but it felt like an eternity. I stood there frozen, my hand still on the doorframe, and I could feel the blood drain from my face. My skin went cold, and I had this prickling sensation all over my arms, like tiny needles. I remember my breathing got shallow, and I had to force myself to take a deep breath. I kept staring down the hallway, but there was nothing there. Just the empty space, with the light from the living room window casting weak shadows on the floor. I told myself it was my mind playing tricks on me. Maybe I was tired, or stressed from work or something. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. That figure felt real, solid in a way that shadows aren't. It had weight to it, a presence that made the air feel heavier. I shook it off as best I could and went back to what I was doing, but I couldn't focus. Every little noise made me jump, the fridge humming, the floor creaking under my feet. I found myself avoiding the hallway, taking the long way around through the dining room just to get to the other side of the house. Around lunchtime, I tried to eat something, but my stomach was in knots. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see it again. The house felt different, like it was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Ben got home around 6 o'clock, and I didn't tell him right away. I didn't want to sound crazy. He's always been the practical one, the guy who fixes things with his hands and believes what he can see. We had dinner, and I was quiet, picking at my food. He noticed and asked if everything was okay. I shrugged it off, said I was just tired. But I could feel that unease sitting in the pit of my stomach, growing heavier as the night went on. After dinner, we settled in the living room to watch some TV. It was around 8 o'clock, and the sun had set, so the room was lit by the lamp in the corner and the glow from the screen. I was on the couch, and Ben was in his armchair, flipping through channels. I remember the show was some comedy, but I wasn't really paying attention. My eyes kept drifting toward the hallway, that same spot where I'd seen the figure earlier. The hallway was dark now, with only a little light spilling in from the living room. That's when Ben started acting strange. At first, I thought he was just getting comfortable. He shifted in his chair a couple of times, and his breathing sounded a little off. But then his body went rigid, and his eyes rolled back in his head. I jumped up from the couch, my heart hammering against my ribs. "Ben?" I said, but he didn't respond. His arms started twitching, and then his whole body convulsed, like he was having a seizure. I'd never seen anything like it before. I rushed over to him, my hands shaking, and tried to hold him still, but he was too strong. His skin was cold and clammy, and he was making this guttural sound, like he was choking. I don't know how long it lasted, maybe a minute or two, but it felt like forever. When it stopped, he slumped in the chair, unconscious. I was crying by then, tears streaming down my face, and I fumbled for my phone to call 911. My fingers were so numb I could barely dial. The paramedics arrived quickly, and they took him to the hospital. I followed in my car, my mind racing with fear and confusion. At the hospital, the doctors ran all kinds of tests, blood work, EEG, MRI, but they couldn't find anything wrong. No history of seizures, no underlying conditions, nothing. Ben woke up a couple of hours later, disoriented but okay, and the doctors said it was probably just a one-time thing, maybe stress-related, but I knew it wasn't. On the drive home, I told Ben about what I'd seen earlier that day. He listened quietly, and I could see the skepticism in his eyes, but he didn't dismiss it outright. When we got back to the house, it was past midnight, and the place felt even more oppressive than before. We went inside, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. Every shadow seemed to move. Every creak of the floorboards sounded like footsteps. We decided right then and there that we had to move out. We started packing that night, throwing things into boxes haphazardly, just wanting to get out as fast as possible. As we were loading the car, I looked back at the house one last time. The hallway window was dark, but I swear I saw a flicker of movement, like that same tall figure watching us leave. Ben saw it too. He grabbed my arm, his face pale, and we hurried into the car without another word. We drove to a hotel and never went back. But even now, months later, I never feel alone. It's like that presence followed us, or maybe it never left me. Ben, who used to laugh at ghost stories, now questions everything. He'll sit quietly sometimes, staring into space, and I know he's thinking about that day, how something unseen tore through our rationality and left us with this eerie reality that we can't explain. And I still don't know what it was, or why it happened, but that figure gliding past the hallway is burned into my memory, a shadow that won't let go. Story 18. Lillian's house always felt a little different from mine. It was older, with creaky floorboards and this faint smell of mothballs and something sweet, like cookies that had been baked a long time ago. Her room was at the end of the hall, painted a soft pink, with posters of cartoon characters on the walls and a big fluffy rug in the middle. When I walked in, they were both sitting on the floor, surrounded by pillows and blankets, and Lillian grinned at me. "We're playing truth or dare," she said, and I remember feeling that buzz of excitement, like anything could happen tonight. The other girl, I won't say her name because it doesn't matter much, and honestly I've lost touch with her over the years. She was quieter than Lillian, with curly hair and glasses. She seemed just as eager as we were, though. We spent the first couple of hours doing typical kid stuff. We played board games, told silly jokes, and dared each other to do things like stand in the dark hallway for a minute or eat a spoonful of hot sauce. It was all fun and games, nothing out of the ordinary. Lillian's mom checked on us every now and then, bringing up snacks like chips and soda, and we felt grown up, staying up late without our parents around. Then, sometime after 9 o'clock, when the house had gotten really quiet and the only light came from a small lamp in the corner, Lillian pulled out this old Ouija board from under her bed. It was one of those things you see in movies, with the letters and numbers printed on cardboard, and a plastic pointer thing called a planchette. She said her older cousin had left it behind and we should try it for fun. At first, I didn't think much of it. We were just kids, and it seemed like another game, like pretending to be witches or something. We set it up on the rug, and all three of us put our fingers lightly on the planchette. The room felt a little cooler then, but I figured it was just the night air seeping in through the window. We started with simple questions, the kind of stuff 8-year-olds care about. Lillian went first, asking if she'd get an A on her next math test. The planchette moved slowly, almost wobbling, and spelled out YES. We all giggled because it felt like we were controlling it, pushing it without meaning to. Then the other girl asked if she'd have a puppy by Christmas, and it went to NO, which made her pout a little, but we laughed it off. When it was my turn, I asked something dumb, like if I'd be famous one day, and it spelled out MAYBE. It was all light-hearted, and we were having a good time, feeling like we were in on some secret. But then things started to shift. I don't know why, but I got this urge to ask about something more personal. Maybe it was because we'd been talking about growing up, or maybe it was just that late-night feeling where your brain wanders to weird places. I asked about my future husband, what his name would be. At the time it seemed like a silly question. I was 8, for crying out loud, and marriage was this distant, fuzzy idea. But as soon as the words left my mouth, the atmosphere in the room changed. It wasn't dramatic like in horror movies. It was subtle, like the air got heavier and the sounds from outside, the crickets chirping, a distant car, seemed to fade away. The planchette started moving, but it wasn't smooth like before. It jerked around, sliding over the letters in a way that felt disjointed, almost frantic. It spelled out G-A-R-Y. At first, I didn't think anything of it. The name sounded weird and unfamiliar, like something from a book I hadn't read. Lillian and the other girl were quiet, and I remember my fingers feeling cold and sweaty at the same time. Then I asked if I'd have children, and the planchette moved straight to N-O, without any hesitation. That's when a knot formed in my stomach. It wasn't just the answer itself, it was how it felt compared to my friend's predictions. When Lillian had asked about kids earlier, it had said Y-E-S for her, and for the other girl, it had been vague but positive. For me, it was this blunt, final no. I tried to shake it off, telling myself it was just a game, that we were probably pushing the planchette without realizing it. But the unease stuck with me. The rest of the night, I couldn't stop thinking about it. We put the Ouija board away and went back to playing games, but the fun had drained out of it for me. Every time I laughed or talked, there was this undercurrent of dread, like a cold spot in the room that I couldn't warm up. When we finally settled down to sleep around midnight, I lay there in the dark, listening to Lillian and the other girl breathing softly, and I felt wide awake. My mind kept circling back to those letters, G-A-R-Y, and that single stark number. It didn't make sense. Why would it give me such a specific yet nonsensical answer? Gary wasn't a name I knew, and the idea of not having children felt alien and sad, even for a kid. The next morning, Lillian's mom made us pancakes, and everything seemed normal again. We didn't talk much about the Ouija board. It was like we'd all silently agreed to forget it, but I couldn't. On the car ride home, I stared out the window, and the memory of those moments clung to me like a shadow. Over the years, I'd think about it sometimes, usually when something reminded me of that sleepover, but I'd brush it off as a childhood weirdness. Decades later, when I met my husband, his name was Gary. It hit me like a physical blow. One of those moments where your past crashes into your present. We got married and life went on, but we never had children. It wasn't by choice, it just never happened, and doctors couldn't explain why. When I realized the Ouija board had been right all those years ago, a chill ran through me that I can't shake even now. It wasn't just coincidence. It felt like something had peered into my future and left a mark. I've never been able to explain it, and I doubt I ever will. That night at Lillian's house, with the Ouija board on the rug and our small fingers trembling, something shifted in my world, and it's haunted me ever since. Story 19. It was one of those late summer evenings where the heat just won't quit, even after the sun dips below the horizon. Me and a couple of buddies, we've been friends since high school, decided to take a drive out to this spot by the river. We weren't looking for trouble or anything, just wanted to get out of town, maybe skip some stones, shoot the breeze. The kind of thing you do when you're bored and there's nothing good on TV. I was behind the wheel of my old pickup, the one with the squeaky brakes and the AC that only works when it feels like it. My friend was in the passenger seat and another was crammed in the back with a cooler of drinks we'd picked up. We were heading down this back road that snakes along the river, a place we'd been to 100 times before. It's not exactly scenic, more like overgrown and forgotten, with trees crowding in on both sides and the pavement cracked and patched so many times it looks like a quilt. The air was thick with humidity, the kind that makes your shirt stick to your back, and there was this low mist hanging over the water, creeping up onto the road in places. It wasn't foggy enough to be dangerous, just enough to make everything feel a little hazy, like you were looking through dirty glass. We'd been driving for about 20 minutes, just talking about nothing, work, sports, the usual, when we came around this sharp curve. I've driven that curve so many times I could do it with my eyes closed, but this time was different. As we rounded the bend, the headlights cut through the mist, and that's when we saw it. A figure, right in the middle of the road. It wasn't a person, not really. It was faint, almost see-through, like someone had drawn it with silver light. It was tall and thin, and it had this long pole or net slung over its shoulder. I couldn't tell which at first, but it looked like something a fisherman would carry. The whole thing glowed with a soft, silvery light, and it moved across the road in this slow, deliberate way, like it was wading through water. My heart just dropped into my stomach. I slammed on the brakes and the tires screeched on the damp pavement. The truck skidded a little, but I managed to keep it on the road. For a second, nobody said anything. We all just stared, because the figure didn't stop or look at us. It just kept moving, and then we drove right through it. I don't mean we hit it. It was like passing through a cold patch of air. There was no sound, no impact, just this sudden chill that swept through the cab. I felt it in my bones like I'd been dunked in ice water, and the hairs on my arms stood straight up. I pulled over to the side of the road as soon as I could, my hands shaking so bad I could barely grip the wheel. The engine was still running, and the headlights were pointing into the trees, casting long, shaky shadows. Nobody spoke for what felt like forever. Then my friend in the passenger seat, he's usually the calm one, let out this shaky breath and said, "Did you see that?" His voice was all tight, like he was trying not to scream. The guy in the back leaned forward, his face pale in the dim light, and he just nodded, not saying a word. We all got out of the truck, not because we wanted to, but because we had to. It was like some force was pushing us to see if it was real. The air outside was even heavier now, damp and cold despite the summer heat. I could smell the river, that muddy, earthy scent mixed with something else, something old and sad, like wet leaves rotting. We stood there by the side of the road looking back at where we'd seen the figure. There was nothing there now, just the empty road and the mist curling around the trees. But the feeling hung in the air, this weight pressing down on us, like we'd walked into a room where something terrible had happened. That's when my friend in the passenger seat started talking about the old story. He grew up around here, so he'd heard it from his grandpa. Decades ago, back in the 60s or something, there was a man who used to fish along this part of the river. He'd go out at night, alone, with his net and rod, trying to catch catfish or whatever. One night, he never came back. They found his boat overturned the next morning, and his body washed up a few days later, drowned. People said he was a quiet guy, kept to himself, and that he loved fishing more than anything. After he died, folks started talking about seeing his ghost along this curve, especially on misty nights like this. I'd heard the story before, but it was always just a local legend, something to scare kids with. Now it didn't feel like a story anymore. We stood there for what felt like hours, but it was probably only a few minutes. The mist seemed to get thicker, clinging to our clothes and skin. I kept rubbing my arms, trying to get warm, but the chill wouldn't go away. It was like that cold spot from the figure had settled inside me. My friend in the back finally spoke up, his voice low and shaky. "We all saw it, right? It wasn't just me." We all nodded, not needing to say more. There was no doubt in any of our minds. We'd witnessed something that shouldn't be possible. I remember looking down at the road where we'd driven through the figure. The pavement was wet from the mist, but there were no footprints, no marks, nothing to show it had been there. Yet I could still feel that icy sensation on my skin, like a ghostly hand had brushed against me. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat, and my breath came in short, ragged bursts. I kept glancing around, half expecting to see the figure again, but everything was still and quiet. Too quiet. Normally you'd hear crickets or frogs from the river, but now there was nothing, just this oppressive silence. We decided to get back in the truck and leave. Nobody wanted to stay there any longer. As I got behind the wheel, my hands were still trembling, and I had to grip the steering wheel tight to steady them. I started the engine, and the sound seemed too loud in the silence. We drove away slowly, not talking, just staring out the windows. The road felt different now. Every shadow seemed to move. Every rustle of leaves made me jump. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see that silvery figure following us. But there was only darkness. The rest of the drive home was a blur. We didn't stop anywhere. We just went straight back to my place. When we got there, we sat in the living room with the lights on, not saying much. Every little noise made us tense up. The fridge humming, a car passing outside. We tried to rationalize it, you know. Maybe it was a trick of the light, or the mist playing games with our eyes. But we all saw the same thing, and we all felt that coldness. There was no explaining it away. I couldn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I'd see that figure crossing the road, its slow, deliberate movement, that silvery glow. I'd feel that chill all over again, and my heart would start racing. It wasn't just fear. It was this deep, sinking dread, like I'd been touched by something from another world. The next day we talked about it again, but we didn't have any answers. We just knew that we'd experienced something that changed how we saw that road, that river, everything. Even now, weeks later, I can't shake the feeling. Sometimes when I'm driving alone at night, I'll take a different route just to avoid that curve. And whenever I think about it, that heavy, tragic feeling comes back, like I'm carrying a piece of that night with me. I don't know what it was, a ghost, a memory, something else, but I know it was real, and it's left me with a fear that won't go away. Story 20. It was one of those damp London afternoons that gets under your skin, the kind where the cold isn't sharp, just a constant, clinging presence. I'd been to see a friend in Shoreditch, just a casual coffee that stretched into a couple of hours, and I'd decided to walk part of the way home. My boyfriend, Mark, was working late, and the thought of our quiet, warm flat felt like a reward waiting for me. This was last autumn. I remember the leaves were all wet and plastered to the pavements, a slippery, colourful mess. I was cutting through a side street, one of those narrow ones lined with bins and the backs of restaurants. The kind you use without thinking because it shaves 5 minutes off your journey. My headphones were in, but I only had one earbud active, playing some lo-fi beats, a habit I'd gotten into after Mark told me it was stupid to block out all the city noise. "You need to be aware of your surroundings, babe," he'd say. I used to roll my eyes, but that day I was grateful for it. The first thing I heard was the engine, a low, guttural purr that felt too big for the small street. I glanced over my shoulder and saw a black Land Rover, the big, new kind with tinted windows so dark they looked like slabs of obsidian. It was crawling along, maybe 10 feet behind me. My pace instinctively picked up a little. It's London. You see fancy cars all the time, but something about the way it was moving, matching my speed, set off a low hum of anxiety in my chest. Then the passenger window slid down without a sound. There was a man in the passenger seat. I couldn't see the driver. This guy was maybe in his 40s, clean-shaven, wearing a dark polo neck. He didn't look like a thug. He looked like a businessman, which somehow made it worse. "Excuse me, love," he called out, his voice polite, almost friendly. I pulled one earbud out, my heart starting to thump a little harder. "Yeah?" He gave me a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "We're filming a music video just round the corner. You've got the perfect look. We'd pay you £500 cash, right now, just for a quick dance sequence. 5 minutes of your time." The number, £500, just hung in the damp air. It was so specific, so substantial. For a dance, in a back alley. Every single alarm bell in my head started clanging at once. My throat went dry. I've been chatted up, I've been hassled. But this was different. This was a transaction, presented in a clean, polite package. "No, thank you," I said, my voice firmer than I felt. I started walking again, faster now, my hand tightening around the strap of my tote bag. The Land Rover kept pace. "It's easy money," the man persisted, his voice still calm. "We can pay you up front. Just get in. We'll drive you to the location. It's 2 minutes away. Get in the car." Those words, even dressed up in that reasonable tone, turned my blood to ice. I didn't answer. I just shook my head and focused on the end of the alley where it opened up onto a slightly busier road. I could see people walking past, cars going by. Safety. That's when his voice changed. The politeness evaporated. "Don't be stupid, girl. It's a lot of money." I broke into a run. It wasn't a decision, it was a reflex. My legs just moved. And the second I did, the low purr of the engine erupted into a roar. The car surged forward. I burst out onto the main road, my head whipping left and right. It was busy but not packed. People were walking, but no one was looking at me. I darted across the street, not at a crossing, earning an angry honk from a white van. I didn't care. I glanced back. The Land Rover was stuck at the junction, waiting for a gap in the traffic. The man in the passenger seat was staring right at me, his face completely blank. No anger, no frustration, just focus. I ran down the pavement, my chest burning. I needed to get off the main road. They could follow me too easily there. I saw another alley, this one even narrower, between a newsagent and a kebab shop, and I swerved into it. It was a mistake. I realized it almost immediately. It was a dead end, a high brick wall, stacked with wooden pallets and overflowing bins, blocked the way. Panic, pure and simple, flooded my system. I could hear the engine again, closer now. They'd seen me turn in here. I was trapped. My breathing was coming in ragged, shallow gasps. I looked around, desperate. The bins were big, industrial-sized ones. Without thinking, I scrambled behind the largest one, a greasy, foul-smelling thing that made my stomach lurch. I squeezed myself into the gap between it and the damp brick wall, pulling my knees to my chest, trying to make myself as small as possible. The sound of the engine filled the alley. It was so loud, vibrating through the ground. They were driving slowly, the tires crunching over broken glass and debris. I held my breath. I could see the shadow of the vehicle through the gap between the bin and the wall. It stopped. The engine idled, that powerful, menacing rumble. I pressed my face against the cold, rough brick, praying, pleading with whatever power might be listening that they wouldn't get out. I could hear the passenger window go down again. "We know you're in here," the man's voice called out. It was calm, conversational, like he was stating a simple fact. "There's no way out. Don't make this difficult." Tears were streaming down my face now, silent, terrified tears. I bit down on my lip to keep from making a sound, tasting the salt and the faint metallic tang of blood. The smell of rotting food and damp was overwhelming, making me feel dizzy. I just remember thinking, this is it. This is how it happens. You read about it, you see it on the news, and you think it happens to other people in other places. It doesn't. It happens on a random Tuesday afternoon, in a stinking alley you've walked past 100 times. The driver's door opened. I heard a footstep on the ground, one solid, heavy step. My whole body went rigid. This was it. He was coming. And then, a miracle. A shout from the mouth of the alley. "Oi, everything all right back there?" It was a man's voice. Older, raspy. The car door slammed shut immediately. The engine revved, and the Land Rover reversed out of the alley so fast I heard the screech of tires. The sound faded, swallowed by the normal noise of the city. I didn't move. I couldn't. I stayed curled up behind that bin, shaking uncontrollably. The adrenaline was crashing, leaving me weak and nauseous. I must have been there for 10 minutes, just trembling, listening to the sound of my own heart trying to beat its way out of my chest. The older man, the one who had shouted, never came into the alley. He'd probably just been a passerby, seen a fancy car somewhere it shouldn't be, and called out. He had no idea he'd just saved me. I finally slowly uncurled myself. My legs were stiff and shaky. I peered out from behind the bin. The alley was empty. I stumbled out, my clothes smeared with grime, and half walked, half ran back to the main road, keeping close to the buildings, scanning every car, every face. The rest of the journey home was a blur of heightened senses. Every person walking too close to me was a threat. Every slow-moving car made my breath hitch. I must have looked insane, twitchy and wide-eyed, my hair a mess, my coat dirty. I didn't care. I just needed to be home. When I finally fumbled my keys into the lock and stumbled into our flat, the wave of relief was so physical I almost collapsed. The warmth, the familiar smell of our home, the soft light from the lamp. It was like stepping back into a world I thought I'd lost. Mark was in the living room on the sofa with his laptop. He looked up and his smile faded when he saw me. "Whoa, what happened to you? You look like you've seen a ghost." I started talking, the words tumbling out in a chaotic, breathless rush. I told him about the Land Rover, the offer, the chase, hiding behind the bin, the smell, the terror. I was crying again, my hands still shaking. He listened, and when I finished, he put his laptop aside and came over, putting his arms around me. "Jesus, babe, that's mental." "They were going to take me, Mark," I sobbed into his shoulder. "I think they were traffickers. It was a setup. The money, the car, it was all professional." He held me for a minute, then pulled back, his face a mixture of concern and something else, skepticism. "Look, it sounds properly scary, I'm not saying it wasn't, but sex traffickers in a Land Rover in Shoreditch, that seems a bit dramatic, doesn't it? It was probably just some rich wankers trying to be funny, or, I don't know, maybe it was a genuine thing and you just got the wrong idea." The floor felt like it dropped away beneath me. The wrong idea. "Mark, they chased me. They followed me into an alley and told me they knew I was there." I know, it's well out of order," he said, his tone placating. "Absolute pricks. We should report it to the police. But babe, come on, the whole trafficking thing, that's like something from a movie. It was probably just some idiots on a power trip. You're safe now, that's the main thing." He didn't get it. He couldn't feel the cold, calculating focus of that man's stare. He didn't smell the rotting garbage while a 2-ton vehicle blocked your only escape. To him, it was an unpleasant story. To me, it was a fracture in my reality. The world wasn't as safe as I'd thought it was an hour ago. The hidden, brutal machinery of the city had briefly revealed itself to me, and I'd seen how easily it could pluck you out of your life. I went and had a shower, scrubbing at the grime on my coat and the smell from my skin until it was raw. The hot water stung, but I needed to feel clean. When I came out, wrapped in a towel, I went to the window and looked down at the street. Normal. People walking their dogs. Cars parked neatly. It all looked the same, but it felt completely different. It felt like a facade. I never did call the police. What would I say? A black Land Rover, tinted windows, a man who offered me money? It felt useless. They wouldn't have done anything. Mark ordered a takeaway and put on a comedy show trying to cheer me up. I sat on the sofa, wrapped in a blanket, and I nodded and smiled at the right moments. But I wasn't really there. My mind was still in that alley, crouched behind that bin, listening to the idling engine. I keep thinking about the man's voice. He wasn't angry. He wasn't trying to scare me for fun. He was just conducting business. And the most terrifying part, the thing that has kept me up for nights since, is the chilling certainty that they weren't just some rich wankers on a power trip. The operation was too smooth. The persistence was too focused. They knew what they were doing. They'd done it before. And the thought that truly haunts me, the one that slithers into my mind when I'm trying to fall asleep, is that for every one of me who gets away, there's probably someone who didn't. Someone who, for whatever reason, hesitated for a second too long, or took the man at his word, or found themselves in an alley with no one to shout, "Oi!" at the last possible moment. That's the hidden world, right there, operating in plain sight, and I saw a tiny, terrifying glimpse of it. I still look at every black SUV I pass on the street, and my heart still does this little stutter, this cold jolt of recognition. I can still smell that bin, and I can still hear the engine idling, waiting just outside my line of sight. Story 21. It was one of those humid Tennessee afternoons that makes your shirt stick to your back the second you step outside. I was 12 years old, and the summer stretched out in front of me like a long, lazy road. School had been out for a couple of weeks, and the days had already started to blur together. That particular day, a Tuesday, I think, I'd been kicked out of the house by my mum around 2 in the afternoon. She was on the phone with my aunt, one of those long, dramatic calls that she didn't want me eavesdropping on. So she told me to go play outside until dinner. I didn't mind. Our backyard was huge, sloping down into a thick tree line that marked the beginning of what felt like a whole other world. It wasn't a deep, dark forest or anything from a fairy tale, just a regular Tennessee woods, full of oaks and pines and that tangled underbrush that snags your jeans if you try to walk through it. I knew every inch of it. I'd built forts there, chased lightning bugs, and pretended I was an explorer. I was just messing around, kicking a soccer ball against the side of our old tool shed, bored out of my skull. The ball made a dull thump, thump, thump sound that was just rhythmic enough to be annoying. I remember looking at my watch. It was one of those cheap digital ones with a Velcro strap, and seeing it was just past 3:30. The sun was still high, but the trees cast long, skinny shadows across the grass. I don't know what made me look up. A noise, maybe, or just that feeling you get when you know you're being watched. It's a prickle on the back of your neck, a cold feeling right between your shoulder blades. I stopped kicking the ball and let it roll away into the flower bed my mum was always yelling at me about. I turned and looked toward the tree line, and I saw them. There were 4 of them. Maybe 5. It was hard to tell because they were standing so close together, their shapes blending into one another. But they were tall, so unbelievably tall, 7 feet, easy, maybe more. They were just standing there, right at the edge where the neatly mowed grass met the wildness of the woods. They were pure white, not a bright glowing white, but a flat matte white, like fresh copy paper or the primer my dad used on his car before painting it. It was a color that didn't belong in the woods. There was no texture to it, no shine. It just absorbed the afternoon light, and they had no faces, no eyes, no nose, no mouth, just smooth, blank white where their faces should have been. My brain tried to make sense of it, to find features in that emptiness, but there was nothing. It was like looking at mannequins, but mannequins that were alive and standing in my backyard. They were moving. Not walking, but their arms and upper bodies were shifting. It looked like they were talking to each other, not with words, but with their hands. Their movements were slow, deliberate, almost graceful. Their long white fingers would gesture, one would tilt its head, or where its head would be, toward another. It was so human-like, but so completely wrong. There was no sound, no chatter, no rustle of clothing, no crunch of leaves under their feet. Just this silent, mimed conversation happening 50 yards away from me. My heart started hammering in my chest, a frantic, bird-like fluttering against my ribs. My breath caught in my throat. This wasn't a game. This wasn't my imagination. I was wide awake, and I was seeing this. My first instinct wasn't to run, but to reject it. This isn't happening. This can't be real. But it was. The longer I stared, the more real it became. I could see the way the dappled sunlight hit their white forms, the way they cast faint, thin shadows on the ground behind them. Fear is a cold liquid. It starts in your stomach, a freezing pool, and then it spreads outwards, down your legs, until they feel like water, up your spine until the hairs on your arms and neck stand straight up. That's what was happening to me. I was freezing from the inside out, and then, without even thinking, I yelled. It wasn't a word, it was just a sound. A sharp, loud "Hey!" that ripped out of my throat, born from pure, unthinking panic. The second the sound left my mouth, they froze, all of them, instantly. Every single one of those slow, gesturing movements stopped dead. They were statues, perfectly still white statues in the shade of the trees. They were all oriented toward me now. I couldn't see eyes, but I felt their attention. It was a physical pressure, a weight pushing against my skin. The air got thick, heavy, like right before a bad storm. I couldn't move. I was pinned there by that silent, faceless gaze. Then they dispersed. It wasn't like running. They didn't turn and crash into the woods. They just flowed apart. One moment they were a group, and the next they were separating, each one moving smoothly, silently, back into the deeper shadows of the trees. Their movements were unnaturally fluid, like smoke, or like something gliding just above the ground. I stood there, my heart trying to punch its way out of my chest, my eyes glued to the spot where they'd been. I waited for a sound, a snapped twig, the rustle of leaves, anything to prove they were physical, that they had weight and substance. There was nothing. Just the normal sounds of a summer afternoon, the buzz of a distant lawnmower, a bird chirping somewhere. It was as if they had never been there at all. The tree line was just a tree line again, but the spot where they'd stood felt different. It felt charged, wrong, like the air itself was bruised. I finally broke from my paralysis and ran. I didn't look back. I sprinted across the yard, my legs feeling like rubber, yanked the screen door open so hard it slammed against the side of the house, and stumbled into the kitchen. I was gasping for air. My face was pale. I could feel it. My mom was off the phone, chopping vegetables for dinner. She took one look at me and said, "What in the world is wrong with you? You're white as a ghost." I tried to tell her. The words tumbled out of me, a jumbled mess about tall white things in the woods with no faces. I was crying. I was so scared. She listened for a minute, then shook her head and went back to chopping a carrot. "You've got an imagination on you. I'll give you that. Probably just saw some old fence posts or something. The light plays tricks out there." It wasn't fence posts. I knew it wasn't. But her dismissal, her return to the normalcy of making dinner, made the whole thing feel distant and dreamlike. Maybe I had imagined it. The rest of the evening passed in a weird haze. I helped set the table. I picked up my food. I answered my dad's questions about my day with monosyllabic grunts. I kept looking out the kitchen window toward the woods. They were just dark shapes now as the sun went down. Normal, familiar dark shapes. I went to bed early, claiming I had a headache. I think I just wanted to be in my room, under the covers, with the door closed. My room was at the back of the house, with a window that looked out over the backyard. I lay in bed for what felt like hours, staring at the ceiling, listening to the house settle. Every creak and groan was magnified. The image of those white figures was burned onto the back of my eyelids. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw them. Then I heard it, a soft knock on the back door. It was a polite sound. Tap, tap, tap. Like someone didn't want to disturb us but needed to come in. My whole body went rigid. I held my breath listening. The house was silent. My parents' room was on the other side of the house. They wouldn't have heard it. It was probably just a tree branch, I told myself. The big magnolia tree had a limb that sometimes brushed against the house when the wind blew. Tap, tap, tap. It came again, from the exact same spot, the metal frame of the screen door at the back of the house. Slowly, carefully, like moving through water, I pushed back my covers and got out of bed. The floor was cold under my bare feet. I crept out of my room and into the dark hallway. The house was pitch black and felt huge and empty. I could see the rectangle of the back door at the end of the hall, a darker black against the gloom. I inched my way down the hall, my heart thudding so loud I was sure whatever was outside could hear it. I didn't turn on any lights. I finally reached the door and, holding my breath, I leaned forward and put my eye to the peephole. The little fisheye lens showed me the back porch. The old porch swing, my mom's potted plants, the dark shape of the yard beyond. There was nothing there. No one. I stood there for a full minute, just staring out at nothing, my eye starting to ache from the pressure. I was just about to pull away to convince myself it had been the wind when the knocking started again. Tap, 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 right in front of my face. I jerked back from the door so fast I stumbled and almost fell. The sound had been right there. On the other side of the wood, right where my face had been, my skin crawled. This wasn't a branch. A branch doesn't knock 3 times in the exact same rhythm right on the door and then stop. I stood frozen in the dark hallway, too terrified to move, too terrified to make a sound. I just stared at the door, waiting. The knocking didn't come back, not there. A few seconds later, I heard a new sound. From the living room, a knock on the big picture window. Bang! It wasn't a tap, it was a hard, solid impact. The kind of sound a fist would make. The window pane vibrated with the force of it. My breath hitched in my throat, a tiny, terrified squeak. I shuffled a few steps down the hall, toward the living room archway. I didn't want to go in there. I didn't want to see, but I had to know. Bang! It came again, from the same window. I could see the sheer curtains tremble. I forced myself to the edge of the archway and peeked around the corner into the living room. The streetlight from the front yard cast a weak orange glow through the window. I could see the outline of the couch, the coffee table, the TV, and I could see the window. There was nothing there, no shadow, no shape, just the empty window and the quiet street beyond. Bang! This time it was on the wall, the side wall of the house next to the window. It was so loud it made me jump. It sounded like someone had taken a sledgehammer to the siding. The whole wall shuddered. A picture frame hanging nearby rattled against the wall. Then it started moving. The banging, it traveled. It went from the living room wall to the wall in the dining room. Bang! Then to the wall in the kitchen. Bang! It was circling the house. Something was outside, moving around my home, hitting the walls. Hard! I sank to the floor in the hallway, pulling my knees up to my chest. I was trembling so hard my teeth were chattering. I wrapped my arms around my legs, trying to make myself as small as possible, trying to disappear. Tears were streaming down my face, but I was crying silently, too scared to make a noise. I didn't want it to know where I was. The banging kept going, a circuit around the house, living room, dining room, kitchen, then back to the living room window. Bang, bang, bang. It was getting faster, more frantic. It wasn't trying to get in anymore. It was just hitting the house. It felt angry. It felt powerful. I squeezed my eyes shut and pressed my face against my knees. I was praying, though I didn't know who to. I just wanted it to stop. Please, please, just stop. And then it did. The banging stopped. The silence was somehow worse. It was a thick, waiting silence. I could hear the blood roaring in my ears. I didn't move. I didn't dare. I just sat there, curled into a ball on the cold hallway floor, waiting. That's when I heard the footsteps on the porch. Not the back porch, the front porch. Heavy, slow footsteps. They walked from one end of the wooden porch to the other. Then they stopped, right in front of the front door. I held my breath. And then came the final bang. It wasn't on a window or a wall. It was the house itself. The entire structure jolted. It was a deep, concussive thump that came up through the floorboards and into my bones. It felt like a giant had picked up our house and dropped it. The walls shook. The windows rattled in their frames. A dish crashed in the kitchen sink. For a single, heart-stopping second, I thought the whole place was going to collapse on top of me. And then, just like that, it was over. The silence returned, but it was a normal silence now. The tense, waiting feeling was gone. The pressure in the air had vanished. I stayed on the floor for a long time, maybe an hour, just listening. There were no more knocks, no more bangs, no more footsteps. Eventually I got up. My legs were weak. I walked through the house, turning on every light I passed. I checked the front door. It was locked. I looked out the peephole. Nothing. I went to the back door. Locked. I looked out the kitchen window. The backyard was empty and still under the moonlight. In the morning, when the sun was up and the world looked safe again, I went outside. I had to see. I had to know if there was any proof. I walked around the entire house, examining the siding, the windows, the doors. There was nothing. No dents, no scratches, no broken glass. The dish that had broken in the sink was an old plate that had been perched precariously on the drying rack. There was no sign that anything had happened at all, no sign that anything had been there, but I knew. I had felt the house shake. I had heard the violence in those bangs, and I had seen the tall, white, faceless things in the woods. They were connected. I knew that in my gut. I never saw them again. The knocking never came back. But for the rest of that summer, I never went into the backyard alone, and I never ever looked toward the tree line after dark. The terror of that day, the memory of those silent creatures, and the violent, invisible force that shook my home left a permanent mark on me. It was a feeling of sheer, helpless powerlessness. I was just a kid in my house, and something out there had all the power. It could show itself, it could terrorize me, and it could vanish without a trace, leaving me with nothing but a fear so deep I still feel it all these years later, every time I hear an unexpected knock at the door. Me story 22. It didn't feel like a dream at first. It felt real, too real. I was standing in this place that was... I don't know how to describe it. It wasn't heaven or hell, but it wasn't anywhere on earth either. The air was thick and cold, like a damp fog that clung to my skin. And there was this eerie silence, but not completely silent. More like a low hum that vibrated through my bones. I could see shadows moving in the distance, but they weren't solid, just wisps of darkness shifting around. I realized I was in some kind of purgatory, and I had no idea how I got there. But the weirdest part was, I knew why I was there. It was like this voice in my head, not my own, telling me I had to guide people. People who were on the edge, thinking about ending it all. I didn't question it. It just felt like a fact, like breathing. The first one was a girl. She looked young, maybe 16 or 17, with tangled hair and eyes that were wide with fear. She was standing knee-deep in this bog, and the ground was sucking her down slowly. The bog was murky, with bubbles rising to the surface, and it smelled like rotten eggs and wet earth. I could feel the cold mud seeping into my own shoes, even though I wasn't really there in the same way. She was crying, soft sobs that hit me right in the chest. I walked over to her, or floated. It's hard to explain, but I moved without really moving. I told her she had to face the monster. There was this shadowy thing lurking in the bog, just beyond where she was. It wasn't a person or an animal. It was more like a patch of darkness that had taken shape, with long, thin arms and no face. It made this low, growling sound that made my teeth ache. I remember thinking, how do I help her? I'm not a hero. I'm just some guy who can't even manage his own stress. But I reached out to her, not with my hands, but with my mind. I told her to look at it, to not turn away. She was trembling, and I could feel her fear like it was my own. Her hands were shaking, and she kept trying to pull her legs out of the mud, but it was like quicksand. The more she struggled, the deeper she sank. I focused on her, telling her that the monster was just a reflection of her pain, and if she faced it, it would lose its power. It took what felt like hours, but in that place, time didn't make sense. Slowly, she stopped crying and looked straight at the shadow, and as she did, it started to shrink, dissolving into the bog until it was gone. The mud around her loosened, and she was able to climb out. She didn't say anything, but she looked at me with this gratitude that made my heart ache. Then she faded away like smoke, and I knew she was going to be okay. I felt a rush of relief, but it was short-lived, because right after that I was pulled into another scene. This time, it was a man, probably in his 40s, with a tired face and work-worn hands. He was in a mine, deep underground, and the walls were shaking. Dust was falling from the ceiling, and I could hear the creaking of wood supports about to give way. The air was thick with the smell of coal and fear. He was crouched in a corner, his arms wrapped around himself, and I could see the despair in his eyes. He kept muttering about how he'd failed his family, how he wasn't good enough. I knew I had to get him to see them as his pillars, something to hold him up. I moved closer, and the ground rumbled under my feet. It felt real. I could feel the vibrations traveling up my legs, making my knees weak. I told him to think about his family, to picture them standing with him. At first, he shook his head, saying they were better off without him. But I pushed, gently, reminding him of their faces, their voices. I described how his wife smiled when he came home, how his kids hugged him tight. It was like I could see them too, faint images forming in the dark, a woman with kind eyes, two little boys laughing. He started to focus on them, and as he did, the shaking slowed. The collapsing mine seemed to stabilize, with these ghostly figures of his family appearing like beams, holding up the ceiling. He reached out, and though he couldn't touch them, I could feel the strength flowing into him. The mine didn't collapse. Instead, it felt like it was rebuilding itself around him. He stood up taller now and nodded at me before fading away. Another one saved. I felt proud, but also drained, like I'd run a marathon. Then came the last one. This one still haunts me. It was a man, maybe in his 30s, dressed in casual clothes, but he had this emptiness in his eyes that made my skin crawl. He was in a room that felt familiar, like a living room, but everything was dim, as if the lights were dying. In the corner there was a tuxedo cat just sitting there watching him. The cat had these bright green eyes that should have been comforting, but the man wasn't looking at it. He was staring at the floor, his shoulders slumped, and I could feel the darkness gathering around him. It wasn't like the shadow in the bog. This was different, thicker, more suffocating, like oil spreading across water. I knew I had to get him to see the light in that cat. It sounds silly, a cat, but in that moment, it felt like the most important thing in the world. The cat was purring softly, a steady sound that should have been calming, but the man ignored it. He kept talking about how alone he was, how nothing mattered. I tried to guide him, telling him to look at the cat, to see the life in its eyes. I said, "That cat loves you, it's a piece of light in all this." But he wouldn't listen. He shook his head, and his voice was flat, like all the emotion had been drained out of him. The darkness started to creep closer, tendrils of it wrapping around his legs. I could feel it, cold, like ice water seeping into my veins. My heart was pounding, and I was shouting in my mind, "Just look at the cat, please." But he didn't. He kept his eyes down, and the darkness swallowed him whole. It happened so fast. One moment he was there, and the next he was gone, consumed by this black void that left nothing behind. Not even a sound. The cat let out a soft meow and vanished too. I stood there, frozen, feeling this overwhelming sense of failure. It was like I'd been punched in the gut. I'd saved 2 people, but I lost this one, and the weight of it crushed me. The purgatory around me started to fade, the hum growing quieter, and I felt myself being pulled back. I woke up gasping, my sheets soaked with sweat. It was still dark outside, and my room felt too quiet. I sat up, my hands shaking, and I could still feel the cold of that darkness on my skin. I looked at the clock. It was around 4 in the morning. I didn't go back to sleep. I just sat there, replaying it all in my head. The girl in the bog, the man in the mine, and that last man. I don't know why it affected me so much. Maybe because I saw myself in him, in that moment of giving up. Or maybe because I couldn't do anything to stop it. The rest of the day was a blur. I went through the motions, got dressed, went to work, but my mind was elsewhere. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that darkness consuming him. I kept thinking about what I could have done differently. Should I have shouted louder? Should I have reached out physically? But in that place, it was all mental, all about guiding them to see what was right in front of them, and he didn't see it. The tuxedo cat was there, a little beacon of hope, and he missed it. I've had dreams before, weird ones, but nothing like this. This felt purposeful, like I was really there, helping people and failing one of them. It's been on my mind ever since. And I can't shake the feeling that it wasn't just a dream. That maybe, in some way, it was real. But I'll never know for sure. All I know is I woke up shaken, and part of me is still there, in that purgatory, wondering if I could have saved him.